Qureshi. Jennifer Hudgens, you have 2 minutes.
If you build it, we will burn it. My name is Dr. Jennifer Hudgens. I have lived and worked in Atlanta for over 12 years. I came to Atlanta from Louisiana right before Hurricane Katrina to get my master's degree at GSU. I lived here for 5 years before I went back to Kentucky to get my PhD, and I came back here to settle down and set down roots. And you, the Atlanta City Council, lapdogs of the Atlanta Police Foundation and cronies of the Cox family, servants of sellout Mayor Dickens and dictator Governor Kemp, you are cutting my life off at the roots. Trees give life. Cops only take it. The police don't keep us safe. We don't trust them. We don't want any more of them, and we do not want them to be better paid or better trained killers. We cannot be convinced that this so-called training center will benefit our community in any way. And we can all see very clearly how much harm Cop City has already done, is doing, and will continue to do to our most vulnerable communities here in Atlanta, but also across the nation and around the globe. You have the power to vote no on stealing hard-earned wages from Atlanta's civilians who have never supported this project. The only people who support Cop City are the elected hypocrites who sell us out, whose opinions can be bought, and the corporate and government terrorists who revel in the deaths of black and brown children. We also know that Cop City will continue to be a money pit for the city of Atlanta, and will end up costing us twice, if not 3 times as much as the price tag here today. The cost to life and more are immeasurable, but the personal cost to you, council member, will be your jobs, your reputations, and the disposition of your immortal souls. The cost to your financial backers, well, they will have to pay dearly to replace you, because if you vote yes today, you'll become unelectable. Land back to the Muskogee. Thank you.
Next up will be Ian Gallo. Ian Gallo. Ian, you'll have 2 minutes.
You all represent the people, right? Yeah? Based on this crowd, the vote should be unanimous, yeah? What happened to all the people in favor of Cop City? I don't see them anymore. Did y'all not pay them enough? As a small business owner, Georgia homeowner, and commercial and residential construction worker in Atlanta, I stand before you today to express my deep hatred about the proposed construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, aka Cop City. In lieu of staying in my welding shop today and making money, I chose to be here because I believe in our right to stand up for what we believe in. I implore you to follow my lead and choose people over profit. I'm representing small businesses and blue-collar workers in our city. I firmly believe that this project is not the solution to creating a safer city for all. Statistics clearly indicate that more police officers do not equate to increased safety. Instead, let us redirect the substantial funding allocated for this facility towards improving the underfunded communities that are in dire need of housing and education for our children. We must prioritize investments in affordable housing, quality education for children, and programs that provide pathways to employment and success. By doing so, we can foster a society where everyone has equal opportunities to thrive and reduce the need for heavy-handed approaches to public safety. Together, let us stand united against the construction of Cop City and demand that our resources be invested in the pressing needs of our underprivileged communities. Our collective strength lies in our unity, and it is through our unwavering commitment to justice and equality that we will not stop until you vote no on Cop City.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Matthew Nursery. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Matthew Nursey. I am chair of Public Health and Safety with Kirkwood Neighbors Organization. I'm also a member of Atlanta Democratic Socialists of America. Like the military-industrial complex, the police-industrial complex is a marriage of private business and government interests. Its twofold purpose is profit and social control. Just like the fight against communism or the war on terror, rising crime is an enemy worthy of justifying gargantuan expenses. To justify the use of tax dollars for the repression and incarceration of a segment of our population. The media blitz about supposed rising crime feeds our fear. In reality, however, most of the criminals we lock up are poor people who commit nonviolent crimes out of economic need. Jails and prisons notoriously catch the chaos that is intensified by our economic system and its failures as people more and more are left without a livable wage or future. It should be noted that violence occurs only in a small fraction of all reported crime and injuries in less than 5%. But the goal all along is not to prevent violence. At best, that can be an added benefit of police, but their true purpose is to protect capital and defend private property. We all know about the systemic racism and history of police violence and terror. I fear for my two black nephews who may have a much different interaction with police than what is my experience. As with the building and maintenance of armies or weapons, the building and maintenance of police training facilities are big business. Investment houses, construction companies, architects, support services, charity foundations, possibly even council people all stand to profit off of building this thing. They possibly have the ability to rent it out throughout the Southeast as well. I shudder to think that this will one day be the police force incarnation of the School of the Americas, which has put a stain on our state with its involvement in the violent overthrow of sovereign governments around the global South. I'm running out of time here, but I just want to leave you all with this. Here in the cradle of the civil rights movement, we'd be foolish not to take heed the ideas of Dr. King. We must continuously advocate for the vision of an inclusive community founded on justice, equality, the provision of health care and education, and housing, and the abolition of the carceral police state. We need in every community a group of angelic troublemakers, said Bayard Rustin. The world needs abolitionists. We are an engaged citizenry that will organize, agitate, challenge injustice with movements for change. And we will not stop until the oppression, hierarchy, and patriarchy are over. Police terror done.
Thank you. Raina Ferguson. Next up is Raina Ferguson. Okay, we'll go to 254, Santana Afton, Scott Lang, Yarrow Koning, Savannah Deering, Mel Na, Josh Tucio. So Santana Afton, 2 minutes.
Hail, my name is Santana Afton. I am a PhD mathematician and an educator and a student over at Georgia Tech. I live over on the east side. I'm very proud to be in District 5. Thank you so much. I just want to mention that a yes here for all of you communicates that you are willing to support the complete extremist actions that the APD has been taking recently. I have a friend who is currently sitting in solitary confinement over in Bartow County because you all are willing to watch the APD take citizens of your city and imprison them for what? It's really fucked up. Excuse me, it's really wrong.
Thank you.
Do you all truly believe that weaponizing prisons to stifle political dissent is part of your job? Voting yes here only legitimizes the APD. You're giving them what they want. I just want to mention y'all have a portrait of W.E.B. Du Bois out there for those of you who think that you might be a part of the talented 10th. I would say that a vote yes here is membership of the tainted 10th. I just want to mention also that the chair of the Finance Committee, I know that the majority of Atlanta Council has reservations about this project. You really got sprung with that vote last month. That was not okay. That was disrespectful to you. And I hope that all of you are willing to take your reservations, send this back to committee, be honest about your reservations on this project. Thank you.
Next is Scott Lang. Scott Lang. Yarrow Koning. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, council members. My name is Yarno Koning, and I'm a resident of DeKalb County, where I've lived for most of the past decade. Until a couple of days ago, though, I was based in Florida, completing a graduate program in environmental education. I graduated earlier this month and moved back to my DeKalb home only 2 days ago. Some of my stuff is still in boxes. After leaving a state defined by rising fascism and violence against people and the planet, I returned to the supposedly progressive city, only to find the same violent and harmful dynamics at play here, supported by city institutions and leaders. But the movement here today is so beautiful. There can be no doubt that the people of Atlanta oppose Cop City and the destruction of the Weelaunee Forest. For the rest of my time, I'd like to presence the more than human beings who, if they had the opportunity to speak here today, would also oppose this facility. Atlanta's forest is home to more than 50 native trees: oaks, hickory, beech, mulberry, sassafras. These trees and other plants help make Atlanta a more biodiverse, beautiful, and climate-resilient place to live. The forest is home to dozens of mammal species, hundreds of bird species, reptiles, amphibians, as well as tiny forms of life, insects and invertebrates and fungi and mycelial networks. The forest isn't a static, inanimate object. They're a thriving community of interconnections and life forms, enduring and sacred and abundant, much like our movement here today. I urge the City Council to be courageous today, to be as courageous as all these folks you see here, to take one tiny action that promotes life rather than death, to vote no on funding the ongoing violence, death, destruction, environmental racism, and devastation of so many plant and animal and human communities. Cop City will never be built because the people and the planet together say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Savannah Deering. 2 minutes.
Hi, all. Thank you. My name is Savannah. I have been a resident of either Fulton or DeKalb County for the last decade. I am a studied agroecologist. I support prison abolition, and I came here to ask that the council vote no against funding Cop City and move immediately to revoke the land lease from the Atlanta Police Foundation. The damage that this so-called public safety training center would do to the city's ecosystem and to the people of Atlanta and beyond is entirely and irreconcilably unacceptable. A yes vote for sending millions of dollars to the creation of Cop City is a yes vote for increased political and social repression. It's a yes vote for irreversible ecological destruction. It's a yes vote for more people, problems, and social progress being met with state-sanctioned violence. Another yes vote for Cop City would be a clear indication that this body is prioritizing an attempt to secure the total obedience and control of its citizens, above trying to be of service to their health and lives. This money needs to be spent protecting the forests, waters, and peoples of South DeKalb, South Fulton, and everywhere within this body's jurisdiction, and all those along the South River Greenway and its tributaries. Robbing both the citizens and the wilderness of Atlanta and all future generations of this land and its ecosystem services, and picking their pockets to do so, will not be accepted. We are all here demanding that the council vote no on any monetary allocations for Cop City and move immediately to revoke the land lease from the Atlanta Police Foundation. If you won't defend the Atlanta forest, if you won't defend the Weelaunee, please know in your hearts that we will never stop. Cop City will not be built. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next is Mel Na. I may not have pronounced your last name correctly.
It's French.
Ah, thank you.
Okay, sorry, my phone's about to die, so I'll try to make this quick.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. As this country speed runs fascism, the city of Atlanta's government has decided to join in. They've decided to mow down an entire forest to build a facility to train cops on how to better oppress and kill people, when the money that is allotted for this travesty could have went to other programs that will actually benefit citizens. Excuse me. That outnumber the police and that want this bullshit. Sorry, BS. I came here with my comrade, and we were told we couldn't walk in with a sign, little sign. So our First Amendment rights were violated the moment we stepped into the building. Cop City cannot be allowed to go forward. There's no justification for why it needs to be built. no matter what the papers say. The police do not need to be given carte blanche to further brutalize us and have us choking under their boots. We do not want to lick your blood-stained boots. These cops literally chose Cop City instead of putting it towards their pensions. That's how hungry they are for it. That's how hungry they are for power. That's how hungry they are to hurt us further. We don't want this, and any vote other than no is a spin in the face to all of us. The threat is looming, and the people who will suffer the most is us, because it's easier to target and brutalize marginalized communities instead of actually helping them. Y'all will not suffer from this. We will. The world is watching, Atlanta, and this will be the end of a lot of y'all's careers if you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Chusio. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Josh Chusio. I'm a resident of East Atlanta, and I've been for 8 years. Cop City will never be built. We will never support the construction of a mock city for a militarized police force training in urban warfare against citizens. In 2020, we took the streets of Atlanta after the murder of George Floyd. While chanting peacefully in a stationary crowd, we were attacked by police with tear gas. Amidst the haze and confusion, I suddenly found that I couldn't see, I couldn't breathe, and my face was dripping wet. I tried to open my eyes, but I could only get one eyelid to move about halfway, and all I saw was a look of horror that people gave me as they passed me by. I scrambled to find a friend that could take me to Grady, and when I arrived at the hospital, I found that I had been shot 4 times with baton rounds. One in my stomach, one in my back, one in my throat, and one in my eye that broke my orbital, my nose, detached my retina, and scratched my cornea. As bad as that sounds, I was lucky, because countless others have received much worse at the hands of police. And to this day, I can't see more than blurs and swirls of color in this eye. 4 non-lethal rounds took half my sight, but we will never lose our vision. There's a better world out there, devoid of state-sanctioned violence, that's built on community and care. And there's nothing that this facility can offer that will bring us there. There's nothing that further militarizing the police will do except provide them with the tools and training to continue butchering and maiming us, especially people of color, transgender people, people in need of mental health assistance, people in poverty, and people without homes. A better world is possible. Cop City will never be built, and we will not fucking pay for it.
Thank you. We're at number 269. I'm going to go through 288, just let everybody know who's coming up. Sharice Brown, Willow Watson, Corey Zuko, Jonathan Brown, Noor Khan, Asa M., Margaret Spalding, Jasmine B., Rafi Lysias, Alma Lott, and Marte White. So Sharice Brown. Sharice Brown. Willow Watson.
President, what was the first number?
269 is the first number. So Sharice Brown is 269, Willow Watson, Corey Zuko.
Willow Watson, if that's where we
Oh,
are.
Willow, you'll have 2 minutes.
Awesome. 15 hours ago, I thought I would be a little more articulate when I got up here. So I'll keep my time short, as we've heard long and thoughtful commentary from a number of community leaders today. I want to bring up the idea of a public mandate and who in this room and who in this building has had the public mandate today. Because it is not you, it is not you, it is not you. It is the people who have come up here and spent tireless, countless hours researching, doing the work that our representatives are failing us to do right now, presenting real solutions to the problems we face while you do nothing. I live in District 5, and I'd like to thank my representative for being the only person in this room today I've seen speak with. to representatives. I'd implore all of you to do the same on occasion. You know, I thought there was a funny gimmicky thing I thought I might do when I was thinking of the various things I would do when I came up here today, which was slowly count to 57 and make you all listen to that, and then bring up the fact that if you vote yes on this tonight, you're voting yes on a political assassination and every police violence that happens in the city of Atlanta from this point forward. And I hope you can sleep with that on your conscience. I don't know if there is justice in this life. I hope there is in the next one. And if you vote yes on this today, may God have mercy on your soul. This is not what the people want. This is not what the city deserves. This is not what you are paid to do. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next is Corey Zuko. Corey Zuko. You have 2 minutes.
A month ago, one of my best friends, Lewis Johnson, passed away. He went to Sandtown Middle School. He grew up on Cascade Road. And he went to North Springs High School. His grandparents came to this city from Chicago to escape the racist white mobs and the racist police force that was there at that time. And his mother's family came from Trinidad so that they could have a better life. Lewis was part of the movement to stop Cop City. He was arrested when we were both like 19 for some stupid traffic thing, and they held him at ACDC for 3 days. For 3 days, and ever since that moment, ever since he got out, he would tell me all about how the trauma he would feel when he would see a police officer, the anxiety, the feeling of fear and terror. On the night that he passed away, after being incarcerated multiple times for dumb traffic things, he got into a car accident. He got into a car accident on Northside Drive. And he walked away from the accident and killed himself. You are the ones who created this hell world where you lock black men up in jail. You are the ones. And I will be damned if I die in the same hell world. And I will never forget him. And you will never forget me, because I will be here. I love you, Lewis. Thank you.
Next up is Jonathan Brown. Next up is Jonathan Brown. Jonathan Brown. Noor Khan. Asa M. I can't quite read the last name. Margaret Spalding. Jasmine B. You have 2 minutes.
I'm speaking today as a member and organizer with Community Movement Builders, a social scientist who has studied movement organizing against oppressive state regimes, and the aunt of 2 adorable nieces whose future I'm worried about. Through my work, I can see very clearly how state violence, through institutions of policing and incarceration, solely exists to protect elites and their wealth, and to repress anyone who dares to demand a different world. These institutions are supported and funded by the same corporations who tout equity in Black Lives Matter, which is very clearly performative. Policing as an institution is designed to oppress and subjugate the masses and to repress our movements. That's why we continue to see the police criminalize and murder our people. That's why our friends are facing trumped-up domestic terrorism charges, and that's why they are attacking our movement infrastructure. As Angela Davis has put it, the political act is defined as criminal in order to discredit radical and revolutionary movements. We don't need a mock city that trains police to more effectively murder us. We don't need more money being put into the policing apparatus, and we cannot reform and train our way out of this. If you vote yes, you will have blood on your hands, and you will be condoning fascism. I don't want to waste time sitting here trying to appeal to your conscience, but I will speak my own truth. A question that I ask myself as I get older is, what kind of ancestor do I want to be? When my nieces grow up and ask, where was I when our fascist state tried to funnel millions of dollars into more effectively policing and murdering them, what will I say? I will tell them I was here. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next is Rafi.
Margaret Spalding.
Oh, Margaret Spalding. Okay, yes, Margaret Spalding, go ahead.
I'm Margaret Spalding. I'm with the South River Watershed Alliance. Just FYI, we all saw the Atlanta Police Foundation's lobbyist running around here all day, and we know he's speaking with all of you. Just putting that out there. A couple hours ago, Reverend Bernice King released the following question. How can any Atlanta council member vote yes on Cop City funding and live with their conscience after hearing today's public comments? Period. For those of you who feel that supporting this project is okay and your conscience is fine because your constituents want Cop City, Reverend King offered the following, her father's words. There comes a time when one must take a position that's neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it's right. One cannot be in integrity with decisions when important information is knowingly absent. Councilmember Wan, send this back to your committee. We've seen you apply more scrutiny to decisions about MARTA. Please move this to your committee and send it back. The mayor's consistent promise of parkland is also conspicuously absent from this proposal. No commitment, no funding. In case you haven't noticed, the people are no longer accepting IOUs. So, Councilmember Dozier, send it back to your committee, the CDHS committee, and resolve those issues. Cop City will continue to disproportionately affect EPA acknowledged environmental justice communities who cannot vote for you. As Dr. Eccles recently said in a King Center panel on environmental racism, investing in green space in Black communities can be a first step in protecting people. We're so lucky to have these green spaces. Other cities are desperately manufacturing parks and parking lots. Protect our green space and invest in Southeast Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rafi Lysius, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Rafi Lysius. I was born in the city of Atlanta. I've never lived anywhere outside this metro area, and I live in your district, Antonio. To be quite honest, I've been here all day. And I ain't really spoke to none of y'all yet, but after about, 12 hours of public comment, as impassioned as the speeches here have been today, the only hope that I have is really in the people. It's not in y'all. Because what I'm seeing on each and every one of y'all faces is that for most of y'all, y'all are bought and paid for. And y'all have already made your decision regardless of what your constituents are saying, regardless of what we are saying. 500 people could come in here today and tell you to stop Cop City, and you're still going to try to do the opposite because you are bought and paid for. But really, I'm looking at every Black member of this council, especially. I'm looking at Jason. I was looking at Byron. I was looking at the other Jason. What that man name? Dozier, whatever. Antonio, I'm looking at you. Michael, I'm looking at you especially. That clown stuff that you pulled earlier, especially, I'm looking at you. Marcy, I'm looking at you. Anybody that will vote yes for this project, anybody that doesn't unequivocally oppose this project in every form is an enemy to black people, period. You are an enemy to your people if you do not oppose this project unequivocally. Absolutely. Only other thing I want to say is about this raid that y'all had on the Tear Down House, right? These folks at the Atlanta Solidarity Fund have been feeding black people on the south side of Atlanta. Black people in your district, Antonio. More black people than you've ever fed in that district. Yes, absolutely. Them folks on Cleveland Ave, yes, absolutely.
Time's expired. Thank you.
Stop Cop City. Free all political prisoners. Shut this clown shit down.
Time is expired.
And listen, if you don't stop it, I promise you, we will.
Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis?
Do you mind if I ask where you live in my district? Which MP?
Pittsburgh, bro.
Okay, so when you say people have been on Cleveland Avenue, who's on Cleveland Avenue feeding folks?
I am.
You said if people been on Cleveland Avenue feeding more people than me. Who?
I'm on Cleveland Avenue.
Feeding more people than me?
See now, what you're telling me in your own district, bro.
Rafi?
Come on now.
Mr. President.
Rafi, if I could ask a favor, just don't grab the
And
mic.
I think my way was to make sure that when he called my name, make sure that we at least spoke
Okay.
like anybody else. And when he said,
Careful the mic.
I know.
Just careful the mic. If you,
I got
if
you.
It'll just short it out.
I understand that we full out in Pittsburgh, but I'll let you know that, man, I'm full out in my district every single day. Hey, you can't hold my job scrap in my community talking about you helping in my community, because ain't nobody help us.
Well, your community ain't about you, bro. Hey, listen, hold up. Nah, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, man. Let me tell you this.
And I stand on that. And I stand on that.
Let me tell you this, boy.
Rafi, just
Let
don't,
me tell you this.
Just don't grab the mic. Just don't grab
Okay,
it.
I won't grab it. I got you. But let me tell you this.
Thank you.
Antonio.
And I'm a no vote. And I'm an easy no vote. No, easy no vote.
Boy, shut up. Listen, the only reason you in that seat is because we had to replace Dre Shepard. And I promise you, you're not too long for that seat, buddy. I promise you, the way that you acting, the way that you was campaigning against Cop City while you was running, and the way that you acting right now, I promise you, you're not going to be too long for that seat, bruh. Bet on that.
Thank you.
Hey,
Mr.
once
Lewis.
again, the
Mr.
easy no vote, the easy no vote that we're talking about, council member, and the person who made sure that we extended the conversation today, I know that it's not about, like,
Let Councilmember Lewis speak, please. He was called out by name. Let him speak, and then we'll move forward. Please let Councilmember Lewis finish his statement. Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Lewis. Please just let him speak, and then we'll move forward. Councilmember Lewis, go ahead.
I'm not embarrassed by nothing I do. Once again, I know who I stand for. I stand for the community.
Folks, listen. You can absolutely call out council members. Guys, you can. Everybody, you can call out council members, but then they get a quick chance to respond. Councilmember Lewis.
And
Councilmember Lewis.
once again, when a person, the one thing I always understand, and the one thing I made sure I came down here, if a person comes down and calls me by name, I will always speak. I will never look up here and look mute, because I'm a regular person who lives on that street. And so when a person says that they're in my community doing something, I know they left us out. I know why I ran for it. When people talk about public safety and talk about police reform, I grew up in the trap house. I grew up in the trap house with 22 people in which I saw the red dogs. They talk about about the Red Dog. They talking about police brutality. I'm fixing it for real. So I invite folks to come down and help out. And I'm the easy no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. So, thank you. The next speaker is Alma Lott. The next speaker is Alma Lott. Let's keep going. Let's keep going with the public speakers. Please let us continue to go forward. Public speakers, they're waiting. Alma Lott is next. And I would just like to remind everybody, thank you. Thank you very much. You can have a conversation with Councilman Lewis later. Alma Lott is next. And just a reminder, the microphone is getting a big workout, so please just don't yank on it or it might short out. Marta White. Marta White. Look, I need you to let speakers keep going. You're up. The woman is waiting to speak. You have 2 minutes.
I'm here addressing problems. Y'all really gonna vote on $67 million? And we got all this homelessness in these communities? Vine City, English Avenue, West End, where poor leadership is happening to me. I'm not against police or nothing like that, but I'm against this damn thing. What y'all trying to do to these people is wrong. Y'all got homeless in our communities. Dozer, Amos, Bond, Antonio, let's work together. Let's stop this damn wall. Because this is a wall right now. Anytime you see senior citizens and veterans homeless, it's time for new leadership. It's damn time. They say if you cut a snake, you cut the head, what the damn tail do? It don't jerk back together if you separate this shit. And I'm angry. Y'all putting code enforcement on us. That's a damn shame. A 72-year-old man had 30 days to paint his damn house. Are they gonna put a padlock on his door? That's what y'all call leadership. Our families is on the streets. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired. But y'all want to vote on $67 million. Mayor Dickens, we need a damn meeting. Because this poor leadership, we need better leaders. We need to vote out whoever vote on this shit. I want every senior citizen.
Time has expired.
I know y'all see me on TV.
Time has
Listen
expired.
to me. This is a bad damn thing.
Time has expired.
They're making y'all
Thank you.
homeless.
We are at number 289 through 299.
Oh, wait, you said Jonathan Brown? I missed it.
I did say Jonathan Brown. Are you here? Jonathan Brown, go ahead. You were at the beginning of that. 2 minutes.
All right, I took the name of the 18 brave people who started the Second American Revolution against slavery at Harper's Ferry. That's not my actual name. I live in your, I'm not coming at you, I live in your district. I serve the scumbags caviar and shit in her district. I used to live in her district over there, but it's too expensive now. Anyway, I'd like to address this to people who actually matter, which is all the people downstairs, all you guys, all the people around the country watching. June 24th through July 1st is going to be the next week of action. Everyone has to get organized for it. We should not be building our idea of what we're doing here today as delegitimizing them. They don't act on the premise of legitimacy, but on the premise of strength. So if they go forward, it's because of our weakness, not because of our illegitimacy. We are perfectly legitimate. We just need to be strong so we can crush this project. Frankly, the situation is such that John David Wilkinson from the Atlanta Police Foundation, former Secret Service agent for the scumbags with Paul Paul Wolfowitz and Donald Rumsfeld and George W. Bush, those are the people behind the project. Dave Wilkinson is one of those people, and he is smuggling the project through all of these people. And not all of them are going to do it, and I want you guys to all feel good about your decision to block this thing. But frankly, guys, we got to give them the reason. We need to be going to their board meetings. We need to be ripping out their microphones out of their hands, where they rest, where they play golf, where they drink Malbec and champagne and whatever other crap. We need to be going there and screaming in their faces. Like, literally, we need to be taking direct action. Furthermore, the 23 people arrested on domestic terrorism and all the other people charged with terrorism, they're probably not guilty of the righteous things they're accused of, but we should support them anyway.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're at 289. We don't have that many. We don't have that many people left, so let's keep moving. So we're at 289. We're at 289 through 299. Stephen Rainey, Mason Goodwin, Yana Batna, Nia.
289.
I'm sorry?
Marte. 289.
289 at 289? Oh, sorry, Marte, yes, Marte, if you're here, please. I did, sorry, Alma got in, I'm sorry. 2 minutes.
I'm Marte White, and I'm a member of Community Movement Builders. We are community organizers who have dedicated ourselves to organizing in the Pittsburgh neighborhood here in Atlanta. In our work, we've seen how so many people, especially black folks in Atlanta, do not have access to basic necessities. We've seen that people do not have access to quality housing, that people do not have access to quality schools, and that people do not have access even to basic necessities like food. Now we see that millions of dollars of the people's money is going to this project to construct a facility to train the police that will probably arrest and harass those who are at the very bottom rungs of society. Instead of putting money towards this, why not put more money towards making sure that people can get the resources that they need? Why not put money toward affordable housing and healthcare and good schools for our communities? We know if people don't have to deal with lacking those things, they are more, or if people don't have those things, they are more likely to engage in activities that are outside of the law. So if you really want to address public safety problems, you need to address them at the root. Why not address these problems at their root by giving people what they actually need? The overwhelming majority of black folks know that it is important to be wary about the militarization of the police. I've dealt with police harassment. My family has dealt with police harassment, and I've seen how the militarized police repress social movements. You guys are building this facility to wage war on my community, my people, and my comrades, and this is unacceptable. People are not fooled. We know that this facility is a response to the mass movements that shook this city in 2020. We know that this is going to lead to more repression of social movements.
Time's expired.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Here's what I'll say. You guys need to vote against Cop City, but whether you do or not, we will shut this project down.
Thank you. So just a couple of things. We have about 25 folks left on the list, and then we'll move into the committee of the whole. And I've asked the building to turn the air conditioner down a little bit. It seems like it's a little warm. So if it gets too cold, let me know. So we're at 289, Stephen Rainey, Mason Goodwin, Yana Batna, Nia Batka, Mara Woods, Sean Houlihan, Andrew Viziri, and Lily Swan. So Stephen Rainey, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
You'll have to excuse me if I'm a little hoarse. I've been yelling all day. I'm speaking today as a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I call myself a democratic socialist because I believe in fighting the battle for democracy until the end. And right now, that makes you the enemy. I was born a few minutes down the road on the east side of Atlanta. I'm not a so-called outside agitator, but so what if I was? This is not an Atlanta issue. It's not even a national issue. It's an international issue. The police who murdered Comrade Tortuguita trained with the fascist military in Israel that butchers Palestinians on the daily. Colonized people from the West Bank to the west side of Atlanta are being killed, and you're up to your ears in their blood. Let's drop this bullshit, sorry, horse shit, about public safety. We all know what this is about. The multi-billion-dollar companies that bankroll the Atlanta Police Foundation saw the people of Atlanta rise up against racial injustice in 2020, and they got scared because they know that any such mass movement of the people inevitably finds justice incompatible with a system where capitalists profit off the sale of luxury condos in a city where 2,000 of our brothers and sisters sleep on the streets every night. You, the Atlanta City Council, are bought and paid for, as many have said before, and as we'll keep saying. So when these corporations got scared, you went and planned them a cop city, with the promise that you'll bring the hammer down harder the next time the people rise up. We have no illusions about this. You're treating this city like a colony. The majority of the APS executives live more than 25 miles away from Atlanta. You're helping wealthy property owners in all-white gated communities way outside Atlanta build a military-style police base in the poorest and blackest part of town so the APD can act like an occupying army. And we won't stand for it. We know Cop City isn't for us because we know what the people need, and it's not more cops. This city needs good schools. This city needs good housing people can afford to live in. This city needs a people's budget that guarantees every one of us a decent living. But you spend our money on handcuffs and tear gas. So I'll tell you what this city needs most of all. We need a real people's democracy that can throw frauds like you out into the dustbin of history when you sell us out like this. You may not work for us, but if you have the slightest sense of self-preservation, you'll vote no on funding Cop City. Or if you're too cowardly and morally bankrupt to do that, you'll vote to send it back to committee. This whole day, I know you've heard the people's righteous outrage right outside these doors. How do you think this ends? You have the money, you have the guns, we have the people. And an organized, class-conscious people cannot lose. I think I speak for a lot of people here today when I say, as a socialist, I will fight you on this until I'm in my grave. This isn't a fight you can win. It's not a fight we're going to let you win. All power to the people. 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 All power to the people.
Thank you. Next up is Mason Goodwin.
Hey,
You
how
have
you
2
doing?
minutes.
I ain't got all that in me because it's tired, and I think it's a great time to remind y'all that if y'all vote no, we all get to go home. But I got 2 minutes, so I'll still do my little spiel. I'm a graduate of Maynard Jackson High School. For a lot of you older people, that's South Side beforehand. I'm here to talk because the mayor keeps talking about this year of the youth, but I know he hasn't talked to any youth because we have all showed up here today and we're all no on Cop City. I also grew up playing basketball in Grant Park, Winston, your district, because of the public investment that was made in partnership with the Hawks 10 years ago. We know that because public investment keeps us busy, public investment keeps us out of trouble, idle minds, and you have problems. Sorry, I'm a little tired. I say that all because there's simple public investment like working streetlights, updated watershed, sidewalks on both sides of the street, which we don't have in South DeKalb. I live here in Gresham Park. We haven't seen any sort of investment in years. We're just now getting stop signs down Boulder Crest for all of y'all that know around there. And what I'll also say, we've had this outside agitator language, but all of this is filled with people who are from Atlanta, who understand what Atlanta needs. Some of us are from down South DeKalb. We can't vote here now, but we still showed up because we need our voices heard, and we know where this vote needs to go. I'll close out with, I would more than welcome $90 million investment in the places that we actually need it, because a $90 million is a hell of a lot of money, and I think a lot of us don't understand that, because a lot of us had to come here, take off work, have to wake up early in the morning, and y'all get to sit here and be paid. And I'll close out with that.
Thank you. Next is Yana Bhatna. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Yana Batra. I live in Midtown, and I'm a sophomore at Georgia Tech, and I'm 18 years old. And my younger sister is here today. She's speaking after me, and I'm here because of her. I live in District 2, and I'm asking my councilman to vote no, or at the very least to send the legislation back to committee. On the morning of May 3rd, I woke up stressed about taking my very last final of the day, and by noon that day, I was sheltering in place at home, unable to get to my exam for fear of my life. And that same day, Amy St. Pierre, who opposed Cop City and organized against it, tragically lost her life. Instead of responding to the Midtown shooting tragedy with action that we know works, proven gun safety measures, and a true investment in the care our communities need, like affordable housing, my mayor, Andre Dickens, released an op-ed in support of Cop City, doubling down on his insistence to pour $67 million of taxpayer money to militarize our police and wage urban warfare against Atlantans. In that very same op-ed, he never once mentioned his plans to address gun violence, which is the #1 killer of young people in this country, because doing so might alienate his friend, Governor Kemp. Just last week, we saw law enforcement weaponized to unlawfully raid and arrest organizers in our city for organizing a bail fund. Students from all of Atlanta's campuses and beyond are united in this. You've heard all of them here today. Cop City is only going to further harm our communities, not protect us. We need real solutions in Atlanta and a commitment from you guys to fund our futures and save our lives, not bring more violence to our streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Nia Baca, you have 2 minutes.
My dad really wants me home, so I'll keep it short. My name is Nia Batra. I am 15 years old, and I'm a resident of DeKalb County, a public school student, and I did not have to come here today. Instead of staying at home, I, like everyone else who signed up to give public comment, have waited for hours to demand that you put an end to this. To fund a project like the police training facility will set a precedent of mistrust and violence that will affect my peers and me for the rest of our lives. In Cop City, they'll train school resource officers, or SROs, to go into schools like mine and brutalize my friends and peers. They won't protect us. Why? Because they never have. They couldn't protect us at Columbine in 1999. They couldn't protect us at Sandy Hook in 2012. And they chose not to protect us in Uvalde last year. There have been more cops in our schools, and yet our schools have become anything but safe. Today, in fact, SROs are the fastest growing sector of law enforcement in our country. Yet when kids my age are killing each other and killing themselves in rising numbers, we don't ask for cops, we ask for funding, for counseling, and for our communities, but y'all do not care about that. I did not have to come here today because it is not my duty as a youth to protect myself. It is yours. But when you fund projects like Cop City, you are doing two things to us. One, you are sending a clear message that you don't give a damn about what we think, feel, or do. And two, you are condemning us. You are killing us. Council, I would like to remind you that your choices have permanence. That when I am your age and you are senile, this facility, should it be built, will still be training killers. Antonio, pay attention. I really want to go home now, so thank you for your time, and I love you, Dad.
Thank you. Next is Mara Woods, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mara Woods. I'm a former student of DeKalb Public Schools and a 20-year-old resident of DeKalb County. I'm also a student organizer with the Georgia Youth Justice Coalition. Andre Dickens said that this is the year of the youth, so here we are. As the largest multiracial youth coalition in the state and as Atlanta residents, inheriting the climate that's been targeted today, we echo demands to stop Cop City and divest from the violence police inflict on our communities. The decision to construct Cop City, a tool of genocide and white supremacy, is representative of a grave injustice, both in terms of racial equality and environmental preservation, within the community where I grew up and live right now. The Weelaunee Forest has played a crucial role in preventing flooding, preserving the soil, and providing shade during heat waves. These essential functions become even more critical as we face the intensifying effects of climate change. By removing this natural buffer, we are putting our communities, Black and brown communities, Indigenous peoples, disabled folks like me, who are disproportionately targeted and impacted by state-sanctioned violence, at greater risk and further compromising the resilience of our city. It is imperative that we recognize the importance of environmental conservation and prioritize the long-term well-being of our communities. By establishing a training facility of this magnitude, you are not only perpetuating the cycle of police militarization and urban warfare, you are declaring war against us. You are actively saying that we do not deserve safety, that we are not deserving of community, of home, and safety in and inside of school. You are saying that we are wrong for daring to disrupt and make noise about what we feel and know. By encroaching upon Weelaunee, we are not only contributing to the destruction of valuable ecosystems, but also exacerbating the very issues that Cop City claims to address. We are living in a world off course, and y'all are at the helm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sean Houlihan. Sean Houlihan. Andrew Vaziri or Vazini. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Hello, I'm Andrew Vaziri. I'm a resident of Old Fourth Ward, District 2. I graduated from Georgia Tech a decade ago. And last time I was here on May 15th, I spoke to you about how my friend Scout was killed on Georgia Tech's campus by police. Unfortunately, today I have another black mark to share about Georgia Tech's behavior. Recently, they censored a student, journalist, who used the phrase Cop City. On the same week, they honored a CNN journalist for social courage. Now, maybe Cop City isn't the best name. Maybe Georgia Tech has something there, because I think it gives the wrong impression. I think it makes it sound like what we're disagreeing about, what we need to argue with you about, is the future of policing. Now, maybe we do disagree on that, but I think that's the wrong dimension to talk about right now. The reason people feel frustrated and ignored is because that's not really what needs to be said to convince you. So I'm going to give you some alternative names to Cop City. That'll be at the end. But first, let's start with a question. Why did we start this private-public partnership to make this training center? I've heard it's because of cost. I've heard it's because those partners will help us in execution and with great planning. Let's talk about the cost. We are giving an enormous amount of land to a private organization for a $10 lease. And yet, we have a lease back where we have to pay them an additional $1.2 million every year. I would like to motion that the City Council buy me a house, and for that privilege, you pay me $1.2 million a year. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Second. Unfortunately, I don't have a second from a council member, so we'll just have to let that one go. We were told it was $30 million, then $33.5, then $67 million. When will it end? We were told that the private entity would raise $60 million in corporate funds, but have we seen them? Let's move on to planning. New York City has 32,000 police officers who are trained primarily on 32 acres. LAPD, 12,000 officers on 20 acres. Atlanta, 2,000 officers on 85 planned acres, but as we've heard today, 171 acres have been cleared, and that's what the permits are for, and over 300 acres are on the lease. That's 42 times more space by the low estimate, and 190 times more space per police officer than other cities need. That is like if you sent someone to get a single-person bicycle, and they came back to you with 4 full-sized diesel yellow school buses. You would fire that person, and we should fire our private partner in this matter. But why did we even want to privatize this vital function? For what benefit and for what cost? There's now less oversight. There's now less accountability. And in fact, that was the whole point. This allows there to be a shell game where this private partner can allow us to skirt around campaign finance laws, to skirt around oversight, to skirt around corporate donor transparency. Mayor Dickens, when speaking about the revenue generation of this proposed plan, said that 43% of the trainees would be from out of state. That doesn't even count the over 200 state police departments who might use these training services. A single weekend course on a single skill is over $1,000 a person. Multiply that by the entire curriculum it needs to train a police officer, by the hundreds and hundreds of police that will move through the system far across the land, paramilitary organizations, private citizens, who knows, because we have a private partner who is running and who has built this facility. It will generate tens of millions of revenue each year, and that revenue will not go back to the city of Atlanta. It will go to a private organization, a 501c3, that can make no direct campaign contributions. And the key word there is no direct contributions. It is the perfect graft because they can give contributions to their officers, to people who are in police unions that are explicitly political organizations that can endorse and do endorse political candidates. And those people will receive grants and will be able to send that money to campaigns. So that's why we don't respond to arguments about how to improve policing. It's not about how to improve policing. It's about money. It's about how to sell out your constituents to make sure that you always have the campaign contributions you need. It is not a 30-year lease back. It's a 30-year self-dealing fund with interest. So let's think of different names for Cop City. Stop Money Laundering City. Stop Corruption City. Stop Cop City. In my last minute, I would like to say one more suggestion for a name for Cop City. Domestic terrorism is defined as the unlawful use of force or violence against persons or property to intimidate or coerce. Now, is a treehouse intimidating? Is a music festival a use of force? No. But is a SWAT raid on a bail fund a raid where the police officers were caught saying things such as, at some point, they've got to give up? I mean, especially if we're the one after all the money, it could just shut them down. When the police officers are quoted as saying, we've been putting pressure on them and attacking them from all different angles. Stop State Terror City. Stop Corruption City. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next is Lily Zwan. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Lily. I just can't believe this is on the table. After thousands of Atlantans rose up for George Floyd, after Rayshard Brooks, after Tortuguita, it really just disgusts me that our mayor claims this training facility is the accountability our communities demanded in 2020, and to destroy a forest that used to be a prison, that used to be a plantation on land stolen from Native people, in a city that's hot, in a city that floods, in a city with poor air quality, in a black neighborhood. A yes vote on this funding is blood on your hands that you do not want. If you vote yes, every person killed by a cop trained at this facility around the country is a murder you will help commit. Every protester shot in the skull by a rubber bullet, every crowd that gets tear gassed, every child mistaken for a threat. And it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Because if more training and more money made cops murder less, we would know by now. If you approve this funding, you are asking me, us, to pay millions of dollars for our own surveillance, our own repression, our own murder. I live in Virginia Highland. Mr. Juan, I love our neighborhood so much. We have so many trees. It's beautiful. We have awesome green spaces that our neighbors in Southeast Atlanta also deserve. I recently learned we only have these beautiful green spaces because some crazy hippies in the 70s occupied trees and protested a highway that would have run right through it. This type of activism is not new, but what is new is the level of violence that activists face. In fact, the only people harmed, killed during the fight to stop Cop City have been harmed at the hands of police. Alex Wan, if you believe in gay rights, trans rights, women's rights, if you believe in racial justice and people have the right to protest and defend their freedom, I want you to know that in a time where all those rights are under attack in our country, this is a training facility that will teach police to thwart, intimidate, kill, maim, terrorize people who should be protected by the First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're at number 301. I'm going to go through 321. Paul Demerit, Natalie Olson, Austin Hunter, Ruth Boyagian, Sarah, I can't make out the last name, starts with an A, and Kai D. Paul Demerit, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Paul. I've lived in the city of Atlanta and inside the perimeter for 13 years now. I'm going to talk about another place where the tens of millions of dollars in taxpayer money should go. I used to live and work in Councilman Hillis's district, where I worked for a nonprofit in Grove Park, a historically black and low-income neighborhood that helped a lot of older legacy residents. I'll never forget seeing the inside of some of their houses when we would visit them. I saw holes in the floor, black mold covering the walls, degraded HVAC systems, if they even had a HVAC system, in the middle of a historic heat wave. And then I would drive just 5 minutes back to my house in Hills Park, where $700,000 were being built across the street. The never-ending economic, racial, and environmental injustice in the city is the real violence we should be concerned about. Despite being separated by a few miles, a person living in English Avenue has a life expectancy of just under 64 years, whereas a Buckhead resident has a life expectancy of 87 years. That is 23 years of life lost. There's been a lot of people saying blood's on your hands, and it's probably annoying, but there's a reason for it. Their blood will be on your hands if you choose to perpetuate that state violence, perpetuate that years of life lost by diverting money from programs that could fix that injustice to Cop City, which only serves to criminalize the victims of systemic inequality. Just look at the allies you have in your fight for Cop City. I get nauseous reading the city's pride announcements when you are on the side of Brian Kemp and Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm a trans person, and Brian Kemp wants to destroy trans healthcare, and Greene has said that trans people should, quote, be beaten into the ground. You are on the side of people who want me and my friends dead. Those are the friends you'll have to keep if you continue to vote for Cop City. I don't want to hear you quote MLK or talk about the history of Atlanta's civil rights when you support the imprisonment of people and labeling of activists as domestic terrorists for exercising their civil rights, and putting them in jails that are so inhumane that a man was eaten alive by bedbugs in Fulton County Jail. Please don't make communities safer. Communities make communities safer. I yield my time.
Thank you. Natalie Olson. Natalie Olson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
So I'm not an outside agitator. My name is Natalie, and I have lived in the city of Atlanta and in DeKalb County for years now. Even though I wasn't born and raised here, this is my home. I've never felt that I belonged anywhere that I've lived, and I've lived a lot of places. I've never felt as much love for a place as I feel for Atlanta, and I'm sure that you feel similarly, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here, right? I hope. This community has meant so much to me. I've learned so much from these beautiful, brilliant people who have provided more care, more food and housing to the people of Atlanta that you have neglected than I've ever seen coming directly from the city. And that's why it hurts me so much to hear this narrative about us being domestic terrorists or outside agitators, because it's just simply not true. It is cruel It is cruel to dismiss and disregard your own constituents this way. And it will not be soon forgotten. It's too late for Tortuguita, and you'll live with that for the rest of your lives. But it's not too late to vote no. This is a choice that you are making, and you will be held accountable. You don't get to dodge accountability on this one. It is up to you. You say that the city doesn't provide social services, healthcare, education. Maybe you don't just provide those things out of hand, but you can prioritize those things over brutal, militaristic policing. I've seen our council members, Bakhtiari and another council member,
Time has expired.
supporting programs that provide house repairs to elders in need.
Time has expired.
So
Thank
it
you.
can be done. I appreciate when it's done. Please send this back to committee.
Thank you. We're at number 314, Austin Hunter, Ruth Boyagan, Sarah, starts with an A, and Kai D. Austin Hunter? Ruth? Have up to 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Ruth Boyajian. I'm an Atlanta resident, Georgia State student, and former APS teacher who does not want Cop City. The overwhelming majority of people in Atlanta and unincorporated DeKalb oppose Cop City, despite the consistent attempt by the city and the state to manufacture consent and delegitimize dissent. These efforts have gone so far that there were paid pro-Cop City people here today that had police escorts. Y'all had weeks to prepare, and there were 4 people here. In the process of exhausting these supposed democratic channels, public officials have collaborated with the Police Foundation and law enforcement every step of the way, showing excessive force and violence that's garnered criticism across the globe from civil and human rights organizations. What should we expect, though, when Atlanta is home to Gilley, the longest existing U.S.-Israeli police exchange, when the IDF created a mini Gaza training compound back in 2005, and we've seen those same militarized tactics that they train on being used here against us in 2020? What should we expect when the city is responsible for spreading these violent racist policing tactics to Memphis, which caused the murder of Tyree Nichols? Sounds like the most egregious, long-standing apartheid state is the blueprint, and most of you aren't batting an eye. Time and time again, pushing this facility forward has proven to us exactly why Cop City is about life or death, the future of Atlanta, and the future of our earth. A forest defender was murdered by execution squad while camping in the forest. You should have never approved the lease to APF, but the project sure as hell should have stopped then and there. But you can still stop the project. Don't invest in this facility that will further terrorize us. Stop letting APF demand that you build, that the future that you build is going to devastate our city. Put this back in committee, vote no, do what you have to do to stand with us, stop Cop City, and Viva Tortuguita.
Thank you. Sarah Abdaziz? No. Kai D? You have up to 2 minutes.
I'm not going to address City Council today because there's really nothing else left to say. We've already made it very clear today that Atlanta does not want Cop City. Instead, I want to address everyone watching online, our friends in Atlanta that had to leave or couldn't be here today, in Savannah, in Portland, in New York City, in Palestine, in Brazil, all over this world. In Atlanta, something is in the air, in the space between the trees, in church, in schools, at work, in the streets, and even here at City Hall all damn day. We have found each other, and we have grown together. People everywhere are fighting to stop Cop Cities, not just here, but all over. The love and determination in this room is palpable. feel like I've gone throughout this day between laughing at the absurdity of the decorum of City Hall and the beauty and love and fierce determination of the people that are in this room and the people all over the world who want to stop this. So I'll say on June 24th to July 1st, people will yet again join together in Atlanta to show the strength of our movement. I have no faith in this vote today, but I know that people are uniting to stop this and to defend our futures. Real power is not with politicians, but in the people, and we are proof of that. No matter what happens today, Cop City will never be built.
Thank you. We're now at number 330, and I'll go through 348. Kelly Wallace, Griffin Price, Neith Sankofa, Yorio, starts with an F, Mile Kess, Letzer Zhang, Diana Prescott, and Christine Price. Kelly Wallace, Griffin Price, Kelly or Griffin?
Kelly.
Kelly, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dr. Kelly Wallace. I'm a resident of Decatur, Georgia, and I'm an ecologist at Emory University. I also want to highlight that I showed up promptly at 11 a.m., and I'm just getting to speak now, and it is way past my bedtime, personally. As we have heard all day, this proposal is overwhelmingly unpopular, dubiously budgeted, poorly communicated, an ecological disaster, and is scientifically proven to be ineffective at promoting the public and safety parts of public safety. Furthermore, it is a profound misuse of taxpayer money. I will remind the council that Cop City would cost more than the entire Atlanta Department of Parks and Recreation 2024 budget, which is $44 million. So what does Parks and Rec do with their budget? Well, last year they managed and operated over 500,000 square feet of indoor recreation space, over 4,000 acres of city parkland. They maintained 380 parks, 153 playgrounds, 21 pools, 95 basketball courts, 16 gymnasiums, 21 community gardens, 4 golf courses, 144 pavilions, 2 nature trails, 114 miles of trails, and also the Beltline. Last year, Parks and Rec served over 50,000 hot meals and planted nearly 3,000 trees. Voting no on Cop City is voting yes for a more imaginative alternative vision for the future of Atlanta. There is still a chance for this council to do the right thing and for our community. Please use this money in the many ways people have talked about today. I would advocate to double the budget of Parks and Rec. There's a lot of different investments that could be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Griffin Price. Griffin Price. Neith Sankofa. You have 2 minutes.
I should have 4 minutes due to yielded time. Could you recheck that, please?
Was they may have done it in the opposite order. Was the yielded time?
It should be 2 above where I signed.
3:32, Kate Morales? Okay,
Yes.
4 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to start with an honoring of my righteous ancestors and all aligned righteous ancestors, spiritual guides, and guardians. As an African-descended womb carrier, an elder mama, and a spiritual leader, my ancestry dates back to the first humans to give life on this planet. And with that authority and on their behalf, I re-invite their energy and wisdom into this place. And they want to state for the record that they don't need your permission to show up. They have been collectively conjured when you stirred up the sacred ground and targeted their people. Furthermore, the wall of Black and Indigenous ancestors that are so beautifully and largely displayed outside have some questions about their attempted erasure and banishment from these proceedings at the mouth of these council people. Ashe. I'd like to further acknowledge the countless healers, medicine people, cultural keepers, activists, and religious leaders who have modeled what it looks like to take a sacred oath and walk in it in integrity. Please take care of yourselves and know you are being supported energetically, and that the healers of this city and many others worldwide are available to continue to support you as needed. My name is Neef Sankofa. I'm a healing artist, a cultural carrier, and a Black mama. I am also a disenchanted daughter of Atlanta, and that hurts really, truly my heart to say that. I was born and raised 10 minutes from Weelaunee in historic Thomasville. I am the daughter of one of the first 100 Black firefighters commissioned in this city. I danced in the opening and closing ceremony of the Olympic Games here. I completed my BA and MA in religious studies with honors from Georgia State University. I have birthed 2 beautiful beings in this city, and the others I birthed while serving honorably for 8 years in the United States Marine Corps with multiple distinctions. As one who has actually been exposed to the mechanics of mount training, please look into what this is. If you don't know, go and check it out. It is a diabolical practice. It is one made to suppress a combatant community. There's no way out of this. By voting yes, you are naming the force and the people as your combatants. Please consider that. For the last decade plus, I spent my time helping individuals and organizers pick up the pieces of their lives after traumatic encounters with police, political, and systemic forces. I've spent a significant amount of that time assisting former military and even former correctional officers move forward in their lives after recovering from a condition, a PTSD condition called moral injury. This very hard to treat condition occurs when someone moves and operates in ways that are fundamentally opposed to their true moral codes, which only you can answer. We must all be aware of avoiding the voice of our inner spiritual guidance and ancestral gifts of wisdom. From what I've observed, immoral decisions cost you more than anyone can offer you, and they will torture you beyond any intimidating entity. I'd like to suggest that monies be allocated towards healing and care, unpoisoned public outside space, which those of us who count on natural healing protocols need and is a right for us to have access to, and safe and protected pathways out of service for officers and public officials who morally object. I wager if there were no written or unwritten consequences, many officers, especially Black, brown, indigenous, queer, and wombed folks, would indeed divest from these systems. For those of you who hide in terror, I know how that feels. You are being prayed for as well. And for the council members, I ask that you choose higher. You can. You can. If you choose to ignore the warnings and invitations offered today, be prepared to reap and eat the seeds that you sow. Ashe. And you are all stolen land.
We're at number 330. We're at number 338. Yoria from Pony, I believe. Mail Kess.
My name is Gloria from Pong.
Oh, Gloria, sorry.
It's
Thank
okay.
you. 2 minutes.
I had a nightmare last night. In the dream, I had to climb hills, valleys, and mountains to make it to this Atlanta City Hall. The worst part was when I came to this podium in the dream, there was a big blue curtain blocking me from seeing your eyes, and you couldn't see my eyes either. And I'm wondering right now if you can really see my eyes, if you can see my humanity as I see your humanity. When I was here May 15th or so, I was in the audience and I was seeing people crying about their trauma, their experiences dealing with police brutality, and you guys just looked dead, like no emotion whatsoever. And I'm wondering, why did you become a council member? I'm wondering, what was your motivation? Like, do you really care about the people who live here? The homeless down the street, the disabled people, the mentally ill? Like, I can't imagine you walking down these same streets every day and not giving a care about these people. $60 million to a cop facility when people are dying from poverty on these same streets that we walk on. I don't really understand. I might be what you call an outside agitator. I'm a KSU student. I don't live in Atlanta. However, I don't think borders should prevent people from feeling empathy for people. I don't understand how you guys can sit here as council members and not feel like you owe your own people your support and like listening to what they're saying. So vote no for Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil Kess?
Hi, am I the last speaker here today?
Sorry?
Am I the last speaker here today?
You're not the last speaker, no.
Okay.
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. Hi, I'm Mael. I'm a DeKalb County resident. I've been a resident here for the last 6 years. Well, I'm actually an immigrant. I moved here to this country about 6 years ago. I left a country that was actually sort of devolving into fascism, in my opinion. And I have a lot of friends overseas, and I've often spoken to them about how America is sort of the beacon of democracy to the world. But the developments here today, they aren't very, or the developments over the last couple of years haven't been very inspiring, to say the least. Everybody, I think every one of you today, you pledged the oath of allegiance, right? You people, you serve the people, I believe? Or do you serve the corporates of Atlanta? No, hold on. Do we serve the people? Just say a yes or no. Serve the people? Okay. So let's do something a little different. Let's do something. I have a Bible over here today. Do you people have the confidence to put, whoever believes, would you like to put your hand on it and say you serve the people and not the corporates? Would you want to do it? Let's do it. All right. I have a couple of questions for you. Please touch it. Please touch this. Did you accept any corporate donations? Do you accept any corporate donations? Or have you been promised any corporate donations?
No.
Council member said no. Next person up. Would you like to, next council member Overstreet, somebody? Nobody? Nobody has the confidence?
Time has expired. Time has expired.
You have your answer, people. These people don't have the confidence. They serve the corporates, probably not the people. I don't know who you're voting for.
Thank you.
Run for office.
Letzer Zhang. Next up is Letzer Zhang. Letzer Zhang.
Oh my God, that was funny.
Due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Hi, Council. So it's late, and a word failed, an argument failed, and I only have emotions to carry through the words. So first of all, we gather here before you because of a modest demand. We're not asking you to fix police brutality. We're not asking you to defund the police, although the police defund the police budget right now is the elephant in the room. It's already numbering about 30% of the entire city budget. We're not asking you to fix the criminal justice system or abolish the prison. We're merely asking you to lift your finger, press the button, ask questions, and table the legislation. But on this basic demand, you have failed numerous times. I have to say, this basic demand is so far away from my own freedom dreams, which, construed by you, could be defunding the police, it could be domestic terrorism, it could be perpetuating the outside narrative, the outsider outside agitator narrative. But all you have to do right now is to think. But tonight, at this special occasion, you have layered your arguments and your justifications with lies. And we have a new justification just tonight. Somebody says it's their sense of obligation under the city chapter for them to fund Cop City. Wow. Why? For what? In my day job as an attorney, I can argue with you all day. But right now, I only have several few questions. I want the truth to come to you because liars are bound to chase the long tail of their lies. Have you ever driven from Buckhead to Thomasville Heights? Have you ever done that 20 minutes drive? It's 12.5 miles at most, but it's a different just city, but both are Atlanta. Thomasville Heights is Atlanta, Buckhead is Atlanta. I wonder what you have to say to the residents in Thomasville Heights, who are nestled between the USP Atlanta as well as the proposed Cop City project, as well as many prison facilities. What do they deserve? Do they deserve something good? Do they deserve their own park? Do they deserve their own schools? No. Numerous times throughout the last 2 years, you have decided that they are only good for gunpowder residues, for the numerous waste produced by the Cop City and by gun ranges. You've decided that they're not good enough for anything, for any good stuff that has ever come out of Buckhead. Now, this is wrong. And we gather here not only because we're asking you for a basic demand, that is to table the legislation, but also because our freedom dreams want to lift everyone to a certain standard that we can enjoy the equality, the fruit of prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Diana Prescott. Diana Prescott. Christine Price. Diana or Christine?
Christine.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Christine, and I live off Boulder Crest Road, which is literally right around the corner of Cop City. I'm also a 4th grade teacher, and so I'm going to say something to you that I've had to say to my 4th graders. I hope you're listening. There's a test tomorrow. I'm just kidding. But a lot of the information you've heard today, you have heard before. Probably many times. You've heard them from previous meetings, you've read them, maybe, in your emails, letters, and texts. You've listened to them in our rallies. You've heard it all before. But this time, I hope you are listening, okay? I hope you hear the anger in our chants, the betrayal in our tears. I hope you hear the fear in our souls. When people asked for accountability training, they didn't mean training in urban warfare. The only reason you would have a training facility for a nightclub is to make Stonewall but better or worse, right? The horrendous project is appalled and detested across the world, and this council is the embarrassment that made the world look at Atlanta and not for our airport. I am especially disappointed in Mayor Dickens, but also I'm naming him because he's the only one who can't respond, who marched with us in 2020, who ran with the promise that he's on the right side and will fight for the people like many of you. He and many of you have turned your back on the people of Atlanta, and I hope it's worth it. Please vote no or send this bill back so y'all can think a little bit harder about the choices you're making, the effects on your own community, and I hope when you go to bed tonight, you think and you hear all we've said today. And whether or not you sleep with a clear conscience about our voices is up to you. Please send this bill back. They're going to keep asking for money, and you know it. The people said no at 30 million, and we sure as hell don't want to spend 67 million, and we sure as shit don't want to spend more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're at 3:51. We have our final four speakers on the list: Sarah Owings, Andrew Free, Jamal Brown, and Elliot Chu.
Diana Prescott.
Oh, Diana Prescott. Oh, thank you. Sorry. We have Diana Prescott, 2 minutes.
Entrenchment Creek flows into the South River, which the Muskogee refer to as Wolani. At the forest, so many people around the world want to protect and steward. These waters make up the watershed that supplies drinking water to 7 counties: Fulton, DeKalb, Clayton, Henry, Rockdale, Butts, and Newton. In Fulton and DeKalb, the water treatment facilities of Custer Ave, CSO, and the Entrenchment Creek Water Quality Control Facility are in such neglected disrepair that they get backed up with sewage after just 1 inch of rain to the storm water drains. In a city that averages 52 inches of rain per year, one can only imagine just how much fucking shit that is going into our drinking
Please,
water.
if you would.
Continued deforestation in Atlanta will mean more flooding, lots more E. coli in our drinking water, which means more residents with related health problems like GI issues, and an overall increase of contamination to our watershed. In a state whose police recently unapologetically killed Ahmaud Arbery, Rayshard Brooks, and this year killed Tortuguita in a public park while sitting down with their hands up, the struggle to defend this forest and to stop Cop City is against carceral capitalism, against police brutality and its militarized surveillance state, against environmental racism, against colonization, against Hollywood dystopia, and against an undemocratic process. This $67 million can instead be put into repairing this water treatment facilities to ensure the health of the community with cleaner water and air. This tax money can be put into preserving this forest as a space for community healing, supporting indigenous land back, creating a memorial for the Muskogee people to come back and Tortuguita in this forest, feeding and housing the houseless, and investing in the futures of those who have been historically marginalized in Atlanta. Send this budget back to the people. Stop Cop City.
Expired. Thank you. Sarah Owens, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council. My name is Sarah Owings. I'm an immigration attorney.
Wait just one moment.
Will you start my time over?
We'll pause it just for a second. I am trying desperately to get the AC back on, trust me. Sarah Owings.
My name is Sarah Owings. I'm an immigration attorney, and I often help asylum seekers navigate our very complex administrative laws here while they flee political persecution from their governments. I also moved to East Atlanta Village 20 years ago this summer. It's where I've raised my family and invested in my community. I've watched this entire saga of the training facility unfold with great misgivings. I have misgivings as a lawyer because the leaseback deal appears to be illegal under the terms of the city charter. This should be sent back to committee on that basis alone. I have misgivings as a taxpayer in this community because the financial arrangement makes little sense unless you are one of the developers or their supporters who stand to benefit financially. The Georgia Public Safety Training Center in Forsyth County was built in 1988. It had a $6 million set of upgrades in 2016. It's also the only entity who liked my tweet questioning why the city would spend this kind of money to create a new facility that serves the same purpose as one located a reasonable distance from Atlanta, away from a population center, and in a location that serves the entire state. I have misgivings as a human rights attorney, as we have watched as the financial interests of a handful of people have been advanced to the detriment of the civil rights of the citizens of this community to freely express themselves. The tactics used by law enforcement to repress legitimate free speech and label any dissenters as a collective group of domestic terrorists and criminals are the same tactics I see used by despotic governments the world over. It has been embarrassing to watch my government engage in the type of rhetoric to prosecute people engaged in community organizing and activism, and it is nothing like what we tell ourselves this city is about. Look, I get it. This is a strong mayor system. You feel weak and powerless, but you are not. This city council has the power of the purse. You can send this back to committee. You can think this through. You can make a better decision. I get that you stepped in this. This was not a deal that you made. This was a deal that you inherited. But you should take every opportunity to scrutinize it as hard as possible. Send it back to committee.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Free. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, members of the council, President Shipman. My name is Andrew Free, and tonight I'm going to tell you something new. I'll tell you something you never heard before. And when I'm finished, you're going to know that if you want Cop City to pass, you can't vote yes. And if you want Cop City to fail, you have to vote no, okay? I emailed all of you this morning. If you know the answer to my question, that's fine. I'm a resident of District 5. I live in DeKalb County. I also spent 12 years in law practice suing municipal governments that screwed up their charters, right? And I was able to do that because I went to a very fancy law school that groomed big law attorneys to confuse municipal government lawyers and the elected officials that are doing the bidding of the people who have business before the council, all right? And now I teach law, okay? And what I'm trying to do with my students who went to law school after 2020, who are in many cases the first generation in their family to go to law school and who believe in the power to affect positive change in the system, is that law is not justice all the time. So how do we know? Power plus harm minus legitimacy equals injustice, okay? So where do we look for injustice? Well, we have to look at city charters. We have to look at state constitutions. We have to look at contract documents. Okay, now we're going to school, right? You have your test in front of you. Who here knows what a new market tax credit is? All right. New market tax credits are $90 million investment from the Treasury to the city of Atlanta. It's where we're talking about some of this money would come from if we were to invest in housing or in community development. We do it on the west side, right? You're on the board of, I'm not calling you out by name, but we do it, right? It's not what you do, it's how you do it. The $67 million implicates a new market tax credit that is illegal under state and federal law.
Thank you. Next up. Jamal Brown. Jamal Brown. Jamal Brown. Jamal Brown's our next speaker. You have 2 minutes.
All right. I challenge any elected official to define what an outside agitator is. Kind of sounds like a buzzword at this point, the way y'all been throwing it around. You see, the Cop City movement isn't exclusive to Atlanta. This is a global movement with our brothers and sisters in over the States, Haiti, Cuba, Palestine, wherever. You can try to sell this idea, this project is good for us. But obviously that's been from the case. As we've seen from the aggressive and undemocratic development of Cop City in the past couple of years, against the DeKalb's wishes. Our Mayor Dickens, our Governor Kemp, and our APD has engaged in coordinated counts of acts of terrorism against the people of the state, ranging from intimidation and harassment tactics to brutal acts of murder of innocent activists, most notably the life of Manuel Tehran, aka Tortuguita. Their soul may have left this world by the homicidal actions of the APD. However, the work Tortuguita has done for the community, both in life and in death, can never be erased. Dang. When it's time for us to leave the earth, the only things that stick around are the hearts that we touch with our actions and our bones. The main role of the APD is to serve the whims of capital, the inevitable result being the death and loss of community. They have shown us time and time again they cannot be trusted to protect the lives of Atlanta. The only way we as the people can live comfortably and peacefully is by investing in health and life.
Time's expired.
The homes outside need shelter. They can't live under a tent.
Time has expired.
The single mothers of Atlanta are trying to feed their hungry children. They can't eat bullets. Furthermore, custody must be eradicated.
Thank you. Elliot Chu. Elliot Chu. Okay, that is the complete list of speakers that signed up. Oh, sorry, Elliot. 2 minutes.
Has a cuss word on it.
Just a minute, I'll get.
All right, my name is Dr. Elliot Clark. I live on the border of District 2 and 5, but I think I'm technically District 5. I'm here to say stop Cop City. The blood of Tortuguita is on all of your hands. The segregationist language, calling us a bunch of outside agitators is complete bullshit, and all of you know this. We know who the real outside agitators are. It's the Atlanta Police Foundation, the corporate backers, the police in here. These are the people who are going to go out into the world, further genocide of the Palestinian people. As far back as I know, my people are from Georgia, on both sides of my family. My roots run deep here. I come from a long line of farmers and teachers. My grandpa worked at the GM plant in Dorville for 35 years. When I was about 4 years old, my uncle was beaten to death with a nightstick by a bloodthirsty pig, and I'm actually wearing his ring right now. I think we need more systems of care now more than ever. I live down the street from Wellstar AMC that just closed down, that abandoned the people here. I'm a pharmacist, and I was radicalized by the pandemic, not just because of the continual upward wealth theft of the working class by the upper elite, but the callous disregard for our fellow humans and the accepting of the typical genocidal American response. I was on rotations during the hospital during the pandemic. I saw it firsthand. I vaccinated countless nurses, doctors, hospital staff members. I know what care looks like. Nurses, EMTs, paramedics, doctors, therapists, teachers, socialists, farmers, social workers, farmers, organizers, they provide care. Police do not provide care. Being a pharmacist, we're taught to practice evidence-based medicine. So I ask you, where is your evidence for this? Where is the evidence that policing works, that this approach to society works, that caging people works, militarizing your community? Where is your evidence that any of this works? Thank you.
Thank you. We've moved through all of the remarks from the public. We'll now move, per the agenda being adopted and amended, to Committee of the Whole. We will form a line for folks that want to speak. The intent here is for folks who haven't been able to speak. Councilmember Amos. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, Mr. President, as they form a line, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion every time turn the committee to a whole to 1 hour.
There's a motion by Councilmember Amos to have time certain of the Committee of the Whole at 1 hour. Is there a second to the motion? There's a second by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to make a time certain on Committee of the Whole.
Turn the AC on.
Yeah, we do need some AC. It's hot. I got on this hoodie.
The vote is open.
Huh? I'm gonna be nice. It's late as hell.
Mr. Chairman, I am locked out of the computer.
I have on my corporate hat.
Councilman Waits is an aye.
It's like they take it forever.
Councilman Bakhtiari is an aye. I'm not sure the system's working. Councilman Bakhtiari and Waits are both aye.
Everybody wrote down what you It's been downstairs.
Huh?
It's been downstairs.
No, I know. They wouldn't let y'all bring it in before, right?
No, not
Yeah.
The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion carries. So here's what I would suggest so that we can make sure that folks who have not been able to speak can speak. If you can try to limit your remarks to 1 minute so we can get through everybody, that would be very helpful, so we can get as many people through in the time certain. Please give us your name for the record as well. I'm sorry?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Go ahead.
Yes, he did. So once we get to an hour, we just stop.
Please allow everybody to speak who's in line. Go ahead, please. That's up to you.
Civic engagement isn't accessible to thousands and thousands of people in the city. Because of policies, propaganda, and legislation that y'all push, Atlanta is a city that is becoming unlivable. Please do better, but at least start with voting no or send it back to committees. Some of you come from poor and working class backgrounds. The fact that you made it out of the poverty cycle and you turn your backs on folks who need you, folks who voted for you because they believed in your lies on the campaign trail is really discouraging. You try to hide behind rhetoric and charters like you can't pass legislation. Why are you here? I'm pretty sure not one of you will ever suffer from police brutality, homelessness, or food insecurity if you vote no. So whether it's genuine or not, just say no. It'll mean so much to so many people, whether they spent time here today or not.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Peraza Campos, and I am an educational professional, historian of Southern, Central American, and Latino history, a descendant of survivors of Georgia's international terrorism, and a resident of DeKalb County, particularly the immigrant community of Buford Highway, where Anthony Hill was murdered by police during a mental health episode in 2015. Since then, we have continued to see the growth of police budgets and policing on Buford Highway and in DeKalb. While our rents increase, our schools are being defunded. and the lack of resources has generated more strain in our community that is only met with more funding and resources for police that funnels our immigrant community into the brutal ICE detention facilities of the state, the infamous facilities that collaborate with law enforcement. With the murder of Tortuguita and the persecution of Atlanta Solidarity Fund, APD and APF have showed us exactly what it is that we are fighting for, nationally and internationally. Lately, Cop City has been deemed a school for assassins, and it is crucial that we remember Georgia's history of international terrorism to understand that Georgia has excelled as a training ground for assassins.
1 minute.
Already, APD sends its cops to occupied Palestine through the Gili program. But before Gili and before Cop City, Georgia was in the business of training dictators and death squads in Fort Benning, Georgia. This military base, known as the School of the Americas as well as the School of Assassins, has spread death and violence across the world. In the 1980s, my mother's country of El Salvador was one of many targets when the United States government intended to control our country through bombing and warfare. Georgia's original school for assassins trained our dictators and soldiers who committed war crimes and bloody massacres. My grandmother and mother told me stories of corpses along the streets in their village, of the gunfights that killed neighbors day by day, of women and activists being tortured and raped by US trained soldiers trained here in Georgia. Most vividly, my mother told me the story of how a grenade blew up my uncle, a grenade that could be sourced back to the United States or Israel. And after his flesh decomposed, she picked up the pieces of bone left of his body. In this time, people who opposed the Salvadoran dictatorship were disappeared off the streets, tortured, hung from bridges as warnings to other dissidents. Those fighting and opposing the government were deemed domestic terrorists, either imprisoned and murdered by police and soldiers. But what's the difference? In 2020, my family's stories of surviving US-funded fascism and the histories that I unearthed as a historian came back to me when the city of Atlanta chose to go to war with its citizens. I remember these stories now as Atlanta and the world fights against another version of a school for assassins here in Atlanta with Cop City. Did y'all know that Julian Bond lost his seat in the Georgia legislature for opposing militarized violence with the US invasion of Vietnam? I implore you, Atlanta City Council, to oppose the death and violence that Georgia and Atlanta law enforcement have spread throughout our city and the world. You must stop Cop City. If you choose to grant funding to Cop City, I hope that you know that history will not remember you kindly. You will remember the stench of piling bodies in your nostrils for voting yes. I hope you remember that you chose carnage over the hundreds of voices telling you that we deserve more, but we never deserve Cop City. But thankfully, you will vote no, and at the very least, you will send it back to committee because Cop City will never be built.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm not here to speak to City Council. I'm here to speak to those who are against Cop City, who support Stop Cop City. I'm here to speak to those who actually have the power to stop Cop City, the people. So this is for y'all. Paul and Silas, bound in jail, had no money for to go their bail. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Paul and Silas began to shout. Doors popped open and they walked out. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Well, the only chain we can stand are the chains of hand to hand. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. I got my hand on the freedom plow. Wouldn't take nothing for my journey now. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh, keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Power to the people. I got decorations here. We all got decorations. Hello, my name is Gabriel Hammonds, and I was born and raised in District 12, which is, District 11, in the Ben Hill District. Let me pull out my notes right quick. My great-grandmother was a Cherokee, and she was a teacher. My grandmother was a part of the AKA organization, and she was a secretary with Julian Bond's father. My grandfather was a member of the Boulay organization along with Martin Luther King, and he integrated into UGA and allowed for minorities to get scholarships, the 1890 scholarships, so that they would be able to study agriculture, which led to climate change. And we both were stubborn, and he was agriculture and I was animal science, and I could have used that 1890 scholarship, but instead I didn't ask for help from my grandfather. So I went to Tuskegee University, where I majored in agriculture, animal, veterinary science with a minor in business. I went on to work at the CDC, where I worked in novel vaccine development and delivery. Then I went on to study abroad in UK, where I studied veterinary epidemiology. My thesis was an avian influenza outbreak in an Asian wet market, which 10 years later would become the pandemic, like Noah. Hebrews 11:7. Hebrews 11 is a faith chapter, but Hebrew, it's a story about Noah, how he got holy fear, how he saw something that no one else saw, and people thought he was crazy. And he pretty much said condemned the world, and probably would throw up fingers if he wasn't a disciple of Jesus Christ, right? So when I was studying, I realized that, hey, and I told my friend this recently, I was like, whoa, if you apply what I'm learning here, it doesn't apply to my community at all. And she said, well, you're instigating something that God wants, like seeing that like black people would be done wrong. And I said, actually, I went to school for veterinary epidemiology, which is the study of animals. And I realized we were the animals. And that took a large impact. And so I came back home and tried to talk to my community. What had happened was I became a part of a trafficking ring. And I've been trafficked by your mayor. And they've been stealing my intellectual property. They stole my childhood home. And now I'm in going to court on Thursday with Bank of America for fraud, for stealing my childhood home. You've taken everything. You've broken up my family, my friends. When I was studying abroad, the question was, given climate change, how can we look at animal movement given climate change? And now I learned that that question is now the foundation of the mayor's alumni school. It's a class, it's a curriculum. And I'm not getting paid from it. And that's a problem. Because you're stealing intellect, not only, I'm just a vessel, but it's the intellect of my ancestors. It's the intellect of the Cherokee. It's stolen. So now you're creating a warfare. Now, Marcy, now you're creating a warfare. Because you my sister. You representing my district, and I need help. because I'm living at my mama's house at 38, and I got $1.09 in my account, and y'all making millions off of me. The platform I have is called One Health. The person who studied in my field, his name was Dr. Timothy Cunningham. He was found in the river by suicide. Another brother, Dr. Paul Nolan. He ran off the road. He was a veterinarian. We had the highest rate of suicide in our field was 60%, higher than any other medical field. But here I am to stand because they watch over me. Both of these brothers committed suicide based off of relationships. Smooth sailing relationships, then they turn funny and then they press the gas. I tried to press the gas before, but I put 87 in a BMW. So it didn't go fast. God said it's just not your time. You can't, you're not gonna accelerate 0 to 60 in 3 seconds and hit a tree. You're gonna go about 0 to about 20 miles per hour. You know what I'm saying? That's how fast you're gonna go, because you don't have enough to put in 93 gas. So I just want to be here to tell my story. I just want to tell these Psalm 138:3 that says, God says he will answer your prayers, those who are courageous. I was raised by the 12. Juanita Smith in the DARE program. I was raised by 12, so I can't say F12, but when you came in my house and broke my 4th Amendment rights, I can say F12 to those people because you stole my intellectual property. And I think God sent you an email, Mr. President. And you told me to, contact the legal fund, and I said, for what? Why is the city of Atlanta lawyer? Why is the city of Atlanta lawyer in my community, and I live in South Fulton? Why are they in my house? And I'm in the back of a paddy wagon. Why are y'all putting drug charges on me? Why are you doing this? Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
It's been a long night, y'all. I've been here since about 8 o'clock this morning. I stood with the young man, Royce, as he spoke for the Young Democrats. He's a good young man. I was here later on today with my own 11-year-old boy, who is proud of me for speaking to you and who I daily try to teach hope that we can make this world a better place. There's a few lessons I really try to teach him, and I want you all to consider deeply today. The first lesson in everything we do, I always ask him to consider, do you treat others as you would wish to be treated? Or alternately, don't do something to someone else you wouldn't want done to yourself. And I ask you on behalf of my DeKalb neighbors, are you honestly treating these people the way you would want to be treated? My neighbors have no voice. They have no agency. You guys don't have a lot of credit for keeping your promises. We don't have an inch of Beltline rail. You promised us this park in 2010. You put it in writing in 2017, and you capriciously took it away from us in a matter of months in 2021. And now my neighbors are looking at an impact that they will get no say if this city once again breaks its word. I don't think you can honestly say you are treating these people the way you would want to be treated. The other thing I ask him is the thing that my grandmother asked me, that my mother asked my son. Is the world a better place because of what you've done? When all is this said and done, is it better because you were here? Look at all of this that's been happening. Is Atlanta better for your efforts? Do we trust you more? Do we trust the police more? Is our city safer in a city that doesn't trust its police? And I know you are facing Dave Wilkinson and primary money. But I ask you, how much more powerful will that man be when you give him private land for public profit to fund future elections? You think it's a problem now? Who really runs this city, and who gets to pick who sits in your seats? As bad as it is, it will only be worse if you give him this tool, because then the corporate powers aren't accountable to us for funding elections. You will have given the money on an ongoing basis for the Police Foundation to fund future elections. The future is in your hands. This is your legacy. Choose wisely. I pray for you. I pray for our city.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola. Yo quiero que un policía venga y me interprete. Yo no quiero ningún miembro de mi comunidad. Un policía que me interprete. Go ahead, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kira Skates.
Single interpreter who is a police officer.
I'm sorry?
No, not you.
Okay. First, my name is Kira Skates. First, I would like to wish a happy belated birthday to Breonna Taylor. Now, I'm here today to voice my stance against more funding for Cop City. I was born in Savannah, and I've made an apartment on Boulder Crest Road my home for the past decade. I am a social worker, and in social work, we value evidence-based practices. You've been presented with the evidence of how much of an ecological and socio-political disaster this mass murder project is. But despite your cognitive dissonance, we will persist, we will not quit, we will not grow weary, we are strong and our numbers will grow, not dwindle. And I think that today's historic turnout has proved that. And I want to thank my comrades for being here today and creating radical community that we can share with one another. I want to thank them for showing me what this world could look like if we just decide to make it a better place. And I'm here as an Atlantan demanding a stop to Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pasaron 2 minutos y la policía ni siquiera acudió a una interpretación de auxilio.
Fuck Cop City. Fuck Cop City.
Just hold one moment. Just two quick announcements. One, there's actually a problem with the mechanical situation of the AC. It's not that it's turned off; it's actually broken at the moment. So we have a technician on the way. Just pause the time for a minute. We're going to pause the time. I'm going to give the time back. Just hold on. And then two, please, I'd invite you to bring water in if you need to. It's very warm in the chamber. I want to make sure that everybody has water if they need it, so feel free to bring it in. So you reset it to 40 minutes, please.
Can we get an interpreter? Where's the interpreter? Can we get an interpreter?
That is what she has been asking for.
Is there an interpreter in the room? I'm sorry, I don't have an interpreter at the standby.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Please proceed.
Am
I good to go? Hi. My name is Clayton Anderson. A narrative that has irritated me regarding this movement is that it's one that's primarily driven by outside agitators. That's one that's spun, including by people I adore as much as our dear governor. There's no truth to this generally, as you have obviously seen by the vast number of people who have opposed this locally. However, in my case, it is true. I was born and raised in the northern far-left bastion known as Tennessee. However, in 2011, I moved to Atlanta to attend the Georgia Institute of Technology. I graduated and subsequently entered the workforce out of state, but I quickly returned because I love the South and furthermore wanted to build a better one. It has disappointed me in my entire life, and it seems that it will continue to. However, everyone in this room militarize our already violent police in my backyard. I don't care for it, and I think it's antithetical to that better South. Others have described the problems with the facility more eloquently and irrefutably than I can. But fundamentally, I want the better world we want will come, whether you choose to slow its arrival or not. It's only a matter of time. And
My name is Marissa Pyle, and I am a as a resident of unincorporated DeKalb, I have virtually no recourse to tell my elected officials to stop Cop City because they are choosing what my community will have to put up with. Gunshots from firing ranges, deforestation, urban warfare training grounds. Cop City doesn't make my community safer. You know what it makes it? It makes it more heavily policed. It makes it more scared, more resilient, more surveilled, and more subject to state violence and police violence, all while you choose what's best for us and we have no say. Just today, I've watched, while your constituents have waited hours to speak before you, I've watched disabled Atlantans have to argue for the ability to use the elevator. I've watched the police here try to keep out food and water for the hundreds of us in line. I've watched the police tell me that I can't bring a water bottle in this room, even though I've been here for over 13 hours. I've heard them tell my friends they have to leave the line for public comment if they wanted to get food. I've watched them laugh at people speaking. I've seen you lock the doors to hundreds of Atlantans who are waiting outside because you fear your own constituents. And you expect us to trust you? This is the actions of a government and a police who are not only scared of their people, but who actively disdain, repress, and try to quash them. Every single day you prove the real reasons you want Cop City because you think your own people are the enemy. In my community, the only agitators I see that are outside agitators are the Atlanta City Council and the APD. Atlanta doesn't want Cop City. DeKalb doesn't want Cop City. My community and my neighbors don't want Cop City. The people don't want Cop City. Vote no.
My fellow community member is just requesting someone on the council or somebody who works here to translate, not someone from the community.
Ustedes están acostumbrados a que nosotros como personas de la comunidad hagamos su trabajo. Por eso es que estoy pidiendo un oficial para que me ayude a interpretar, nada más. Ya han pasado 15 minutos y ese es el tipo de supuestamente la protección que la policía está dando a la comunidad. Entonces quiere decir que no están haciendo su trabajo.
Alrighty, I'll make this real quick. My name is Elijah. I just want to let you all know before I start, I have to work at 6 a.m. today, so I had to wait here for 12 hours to come hear you listen to me speak. I want to start by thanking the council members that made time to meet with students like me. However, a lot of you didn't, and a lot of you didn't listen to us. And it's really frustrating for me when I come here and I share my concerns, as well as many of the other people here, and it seems like many of you don't really seem to listen or care. I understand that you're tired. I understand that it's been a long day, but there's a reason why we're coming here. And that's because we're passionate about this city and we're passionate about the place that we live. Not because we hate you, not because we despise you or anything like that, but because we want you to hear where you're coming from and what you have to say. I just called the Atlanta Police Department about a month ago because I had a friend who was being stalked and didn't know where to turn, and she didn't feel comfortable calling the police department. When I called the police department and asked if there was an officer I could speak to who specialized in domestic abuse, who specialized in this kind of behavior or anything like that, and could help give me advice on what to give to my friend, I was told there was no such officer. I am from a town of 40,000 people, and we have 2 officers trained in that. That is insane to me. And you're here to tell me that building a police militarization training is the facility that it needs? I've gone on and on with some city councilors about specifically there are way more training in which the Atlanta Police Department is falling behind cities of a fraction of the size in their police training. Anyways, moral of the story, I won't keep it long. Please send it back to committee at the very minimum. There needs to be changes made to this proposal for it to be even bearable for the city of Atlanta. And ultimately, this facility probably should be not built at all. Stop Cop City. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the Atlanta City Council. Some of you may know me. My name is Bentley Hudgens. Last year, I came to speak to you after I didn't win when I ran for office, but at the time I lived in Edgewood, and I talked to 17,000 people who live in Atlanta and an unincorporated DeKalb, and nobody said they supported Cop City, and that still remains the same. I came here today. One, I just want to thank you for sitting here and listening to what folks have had to say all day. But more so, I know that there is something inside of you that has kept you here. At some point in your life, maybe not now, but at some point in your life, you cared about the people that you're supposed to represent. You cared about their welfare, you cared about their safety, you cared about their health. And as an elected official, it is the essence of democracy to enact the will of the people. There's just a couple of concerns I wanted to bring up. The entire process behind this has been shady and confusing. The public is really confused as to how much this project is exactly going to cost. We don't know if it's exactly legal, and we also don't know how big the project is going to be. Some are saying 85 acres, some are saying over 100 acres. There's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of confusion in the community. You have the opportunity to send this back to committee. At the very least, I urge you to vote no, but right now, do what's best. Send it back to committee and make sure that you're not doing something illegal. Thank you so much. Vote no, send it back to committee.
I think I'm supposed to say good morning. I know I've been here since 11 o'clock. I'm a retired auto worker. I spoke at the Finance Committee meeting when it was my 77th birthday, and you all wished me a happy birthday. But what I asked for my present was that you stop Cop City. So, you know, you're supposed to do right by older women. I also want to say that I live in Ormwood Park. I've owned my home for almost 50 years. And I also have for years heard the gun range that is all at the prison farm. I am unbelievably outraged that you would again bestow on my community all of the noise and the explosions and gunshots in residential neighborhoods. And of course, I've heard about the Black Hawk helicopter pad. For real? Now, I want to just say one other thing. It has been said that the only people who were engaged in activities here in Atlanta were outside agitators. And we obviously have proved that it's the city residents of Atlanta that don't want Cop City. But I want to say that I am an outside agitator in the sense that if there was injustice anywhere, I'd go there. I've been to Selma. I've been to Bessemer, Alabama. I've been to every little town in Georgia where a Ku Klux Klan rally was. I've been everywhere where there was injustice. So I applaud the people who came here from other states and other countries. This is an international struggle for justice. We want you to stop Cop City, and for heaven's sakes, when I was at the Finance Committee and you didn't know that it was going to double, for real, and you passed it, I can't even imagine how ridiculous. Who runs their house like that? Much less you run ours. So this has to go back to committee. You can't fool around and say, oh, well, we didn't really know. You've got to know, and we need to know that you're going to stop this. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind my colleagues, when we get to the end of the 28 minutes, we'll move directly into the regular agenda per the motion. Go ahead.
My name is Sergeant Mickey Barker. I am a disabled veteran. I wasn't born in Atlanta, but this is my home. My mom spent 20 years in the Navy. 20 years. When we got to NAS Atlanta, she promised me I wouldn't have to move no more. I'm ashamed today. You see, I'm going through my disability claim right now, and things are hard enough. It's hard enough to look at people and you say, I'm a disabled veteran. It's hard to say I got mental health issues, PTSD. And you were rubbing it in my face. I fought for 36 months in a war on terror. And you want to call kids saying don't cut down trees terrorism? How dare you? How dare you? That is not what domestic terrorism in Atlanta looks like. What domestic terrorism in Atlanta looks like is building a militarized police center in an all-black community. What domestic terrorism in Atlanta looks like is shooting someone 57 times in 36 months in combat. 36 months I did in Iraq. 36 with automatic weapons. I've never seen someone shot 57 times. Oh, it's clear what happened. It's reactionary firing. I hear shots, I get scared. I shoot. You don't use the fucking training you got at home. You can't have new training. You can't have Cop City. Vote no or send it back. And don't shit on my legacy calling these kids terrorists. Call that shit out.
Next speaker.
My name's Kirsten Milliken. I am a resident of the 5th District of this city. I live spitting distance away from the park. And what I have to say to you is I hope you all sleep well tonight. I hope you all have great dreams. I hope you all remember every word that has come out of every passionate voice in this auditorium. And I hope that it haunts you for the rest of your days. What you've done here is wrong, and you all know it. And that's all I have to say about it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Buck. I live in Midtown. I've grown up in Atlanta. I grew up in Clayton County. I've lived in Atlanta. I've lived all over it. I love it a lot. I love that it's an Emerald City, so that's why I'm here. You all and I both know that this deal, with its massive amounts of money behind it, was sealed long ago. So I suppose that what I'm about to say is something of a warning or challenge, and no more. I applaud the idealism that I've seen here. Everyone's hope that the system isn't too far gone, but we aren't really fighting Cop City here. We're not fighting ideas, hierarchy, or systems with their apparatuses. If anything, we're fighting hubris. Y'all and I both know that this is a farce. This deal was sealed outside of this chamber years ago, probably at some function, all knowing looks and blind eyes. Y'all are just here to take the heat, weather the storm, and toe the line. You see, we people suffer from our optimism as much as our pessimism, and perhaps now we will only be grounded by our graves, the kind that, hopefully, can bear the weight of the future upon it and the masses of fair and unfair deaths that usually seen in police states. The future is not a dystopia, though, not for our children. For them, it will be called life. It will be called the best that could be achieved, and their dreams and hopes will wither so that we can live in the facsimile of glory, the glory of narcissism, nepotism, and despotism. Enjoy it. Love it. Smile big, smile broadly, while the wasted vestigial limbs of society move in mockery of the beauty that was their form before. And you, comfortable with that legacy, having secured your progeny from the substance-building toil of work, can watch from the grave as the money and power lays their souls lower than any drudgery ever could. That is, if the evil of indifference I'm seeing here, doesn't consume them first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm going to keep it really brief because there's a lot of intelligent, terrified, and exhausted people behind me. But I just want to remind you guys of John Locke's social contract theory that I know you all know because you're all educated. You only have power because we allowed you to have power. Okay? And Dustin, District 9, I want to look you in the eyes for a second. Would you look me in the eyes? You're not looking anyone in the eyes, and you've been falling asleep this whole time and looking at your phone. Do you not care? Say right now. Yeah? No? You don't care?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dustin! Dustin!
Is your name Dustin, or is it a different name? I'm
sorry. Go ahead. Next speaker.
We find ourselves at a critical juncture in our nation's history where the need for police reform has never been more pressing. Communities across the country, especially our own, have been grappling with issues of systemic racism, excessive use of force, and a profound lack of trust between law enforcement and the very people you have sworn to protect. This is a moment that requires bold action rather than investing in the perpetuation of outdated practices that have failed us time and time again. This proposed training facility in its pursuit of improving police skills fails to acknowledge the fundamental problems that plague our law enforcement agencies. It overlooks the need for comprehensive police reform that addresses issues of accountability, community engagement, and racial bias. By allocating resources to this facility, we risk perpetuating a broken system that has caused immense harm to our environment and in turn marginalized communities. The allocation of funds towards training could be far better utilized in initiatives that prioritize community-oriented policing, mental health crisis intervention, and implicit bias training. Moreover, the construction of this training facility sends a distressing message to the residents of Atlanta and the rest of the world. It conveys a disregard for the concerns and lived experiences of those who have borne the brunt of excessive force and systemic injustices. Let us not forget that the impact of this decision extends beyond social justice concerns. Allocating precious resources to the construction of this facility will inevitably strain other sectors that desperately require funding. Our education system, our infrastructure, and our social services are all in dire need of investment. By redirecting these resources towards endeavors that promote the well-being and prosperity of all Atlanta residents, we can address the root causes of crime and build a stronger foundation for our future. Now is a time for courageous leadership and a commitment to systemic change. I urge you to make the right decision by voting no for the well-being of our city, its residents, and generations yet to come. Stop Cop City.
Woo! Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey y'all, would just like to remind you that we're still waiting for an interpreter for this lady right here, Spanish interpreter.
Councilor Vaughn.
Okay, well, I would like to speak.
Well, I just want to tell you, we've asked over the police radio if there's an officer who's available to come and that's bilingual that can interpret.
Yes? And there's not.
I'm not speaking. I'm just trying to tell you that we have made a call, and I've just texted Chief Shearbaum.
Okay,
and
well,
asked him if he
listen,
could
that's a
send
message
someone.
to you. You need to learn Spanish. That's what I'm hearing. You know?
Go ahead.
I know it. That's why.
Your next speaker.
Okay,
Go
okay,
ahead.
anyways.
Go ahead.
No, thank you. I appreciate that,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Bond. Okay, well, my name's Sophia. I just want to speak for a little second because this is kind of scary. I hope that you guys are having a decent night. I know it's kind of scary to have a bunch of people yell at you. Not to be like a bootlicker, but anyway, I'm trying to feel for you. I'm trying to have empathy. I don't know, I think that at least taking into consideration how many people came up here and how many people gave a flip, I think it's important to maybe reconsider, take it back, say no, I don't know, just reconsider at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. So I just want to remind you, if you haven't realized yet, that the universe has given you an out. It's never been easier to vote no on this. And I'm just curious what more could happen that would shock and awaken your conscience if someone died? Because someone did die. When Tortuguita was brutally and tragically taken, stolen from their family, from their mother, from their siblings, from their father, from their community, from this community, so many people here knew Tortuguita and feel their presence gone now. When that happened, that should have been enough for you. And I want to remind you that God hates Cop City. God hates Cop City. We are gifted with nature, and you are violently and willingly destroying it in the most corrupt way. God would not put a shooting range. Where's Matt? Because he agrees with me. I talked to him on a little bike ride because he's this progressive, and he agreed with me. Why would we put it right next to a children's prison, huh? God wouldn't do that. God wouldn't even have a children's prison. We have created our own hell, and if you vote yes, you are advancing it. You can vote no, and it will be relieving for you to vote no and be on our side. It will be relieving for you. So please vote no.
Thank you. We have 17 minutes. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Logan Shira. I was born and raised in DeKalb County. The landlord's name is *1-*2021 SFR1 borrower, LP. As far as I can tell, it's some kind of holding company or investment portfolio. My not landlord, but my management company is Excalibur Homes. There's two companies that are buying up all the homes in Atlanta. It is a rolling disaster. It's only going to get worse. Prices are insane, and these companies are criminal. They just don't do their jobs, and I encourage everyone to go on the Better Business Bureau page for Excalibur and look at all the complaints lodged against them. Their excuse is always that they're not actually the landlords because they don't own the properties. Because my landlord is an investment portfolio. It's insane. Anyway, we need rent control. We don't need Cop City. We need limits to how many properties people can own, how many properties they can control. There's a man named Maurice Jimerson who's been in jail in Dougherty County, jail, not prison, not charged with anything for 10 years. That's more than just falling through the cracks. That is a black hole. It's absolutely insane. I want all of you to ask yourselves what he might think about this project. Anyway, you're building a bigger boot. You think you can control it. You can't. You might be able to for a while. It's only going to get worse. Think about your parents tonight. Think about the world they wanted for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Lila El-Matraoui, and I've been in Atlanta for 16 years. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, and I'm going to say a short story about my childhood. When I was born in the year of 2001 in Brooklyn with my family, 9/11 really affected how people saw my dad. Growing up as an Egyptian American and my dad's family being Muslim wasn't at all easy. Now hear me out. It is getting better with me expressing this identity of mine as I've gotten older, but I felt guilty being able to talk about it. It was mainly because of how I was portrayed in America. My father got pulled to the side before he was about to accept his doctorate at the New School in New York City. A policeman pulled out a political pamphlet someone stuck in his back pocket. They told him that he could not go in and get his doctorate. They were basically threatening to take my dad's education away for no reason. It's long overdue for people like me who are Middle Eastern and North African to be seen as white, but also have a whole other culture separate from the religion that is not taught enough about in this country. Why am I saying all of this? Mainly because I'm tired of being gaslighted by the police. I feel so much less of a human being and not accepted when I talk to them because of my last name or not clearly speaking in their desired language of English, especially since I grew up listening to Arabic. What's the point of building this facility if they expect someone to act or look a certain way to avoid the law? Uhebu ya elati Arabia wa Shamal Afrikiya. I love you, my Arabic family, and my North African family. Shukran, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Shaylin O'Keefe. I'm a former resident of District 4. I was hoping for a different vote tonight, but thank you anyway. I have had my family very intimately touched by police brutality, as many people in the audience tonight have, personally and with their families. As a Chicago native, we have a very intense police brutality issue that I would like to see Atlanta do better. And I'm hoping that you will vote no tonight because it's imperative for all of us here. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who fed us today, and thank you to all the strangers who took care of each other today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, all. So this is my first time speaking in something like this. I've been here on and off since 5 p.m. I actually had to leave earlier to go get my dog from the puppy hotel because I was supposed to go back to Dallas today, but I wanted to stay for the revolution. Police and prisons help no one, and let me tell you how I know. My name is Tristan Carpenter. I'm from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, the capital city of the women's prison capital of the world. I was here in Atlanta this week for a tech conference, but I stayed here because I wanted to be here for you. I'm a paralegal, a total prison abolitionist, criminal justice major, and a future civil rights attorney. I know for a fact I've studied the law more than these officers that you empower with the constitutional power to kill us. I also teach classes at a women's transitional home in Fort Worth, so I know many who have been impacted by police brutality and police systemic incarceration as well. Here on behalf of myself, on behalf of Tatiana Jefferson, who was killed in her home in Fort Worth, Texas, while playing video games with her nephew. On behalf of Breonna Taylor, whose birthday was yesterday. Say their names, Tatiana and Breonna. Tatiana and Breonna. So I was in college at the University of Oklahoma studying French and international business when I had my first encounter with the criminal legal system. That started with the criminalization of poverty. I had a ticket that I forgot about when I was 18, turned to a warrant, and when I was taken in, I also had a single Adderall on me. It was finals week. Turned to walk through into a felony CDS meth charge. But as soon as I paid the forgotten ticket, I was free. So clearly it wasn't a public safety issue. I got 8 months in Mabel Bassett Correctional Center without a felony conviction. So I know for a fact that police and prisons help no one. I wasn't initially going to speak, but something struck me as I walked in here. The sleeping bodies of unhoused community members may be 100 feet away from the door of City Hall. You guys are debating over spending over $100 million on more state-sanctioned violence instead of reentry support, diversion programs, housing, and mental health resources, and that's wild to me. If I would have counted all the police and police cars I saw today, it would probably almost equal that. If I care about your community more than you guys, and this is my first time here, I think that says something. Stop Cop City.
Next speaker.
I'm back. Hi, I'm a part of the original Occupy Atlanta. Oh, and I have another concept straight back to you guys. Tax dollars go here right into the toilet. Okay, come on, flush it harder, because you're flushing lives down the drain. I go out, I run businesses in Atlanta, okay? I'm a paralegal. I know a little bit about criminal defense and civil litigation, particularly civil rights litigation, as I have set precedents in this state for civil rights. And I am telling you, after having spoken with multiple war veterans in my family in the past and learning from them, that this is leading us down a terrifying pathway. I'm here to warn you about the consequences. What if you are not building a training center, but a target? Because I will teach you this one thing I know. When emotion enters, reason exits. And the reason I see here is gone because I see greed. But those out there who we don't know and don't see a $63 million target because I see this is going against state. What you see here is not people, it is state. And you do the bidding and the will of state. That is your job. And all who vote yes will be counted, and their supporters will be counted, and their resources, as you have gone after us, we shall do the same. Do not mess with the power of state. So help me God, we will be victorious. Power to the people!
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Joanna Lalacata, and I'm here because I care. The last time I was here, I started by speaking to all my people behind me, and I said, my time is your time, and boy, do I got time. Well, ta-da, I'm back. We're all back, and we're not going anywhere. I hope that's clear to you now, so there's no confusion later. What I hope to share is an internal knowing, a knowing of the destiny already set in motion, a knowing only gifted once the dirt settles in your lungs after a night of dancing amongst the trees and the people. The people here know the destiny, it's already begun. We just want to catch you up on what we know to be true. I've been sitting here listening, watching the speakers, watching all of you, watch all of us, and I can't help but wonder if you'll remember this. Will you remember what I look like, what this room looks like? Will you remember how you feel? How do you feel? Where do you go for the hours we speak? Are you here with us or somewhere else deep within? Do you remember a time when your closets weren't filled with nice dressy shoes and freshly ironed clothes? Do you remember a time when you were young, when your shoes were small and your aspirations expanded farther than the eye could see? Do you remember a time when you were vulnerable? Do you remember the very first time something sacred was taken from you, something soft and nurturing and divine, something taken from you in replace of abuse and harshness, harshness you couldn't yet understand? Do you remember? Do you feel it still? This is an invitation to heal, a reminder that we know, we see that pain, we feel it. What would happen inside of you if you began to yearn for that peace you one time knew, one time held? Would it make you cry? Would you wonder if all the times you've been hurt that it was for nothing? That the only way forward is to cock your hand back farther, to punch down and become bigger? We came here for you with an open hand extended out. Just hold on tight. This is a choice. Choose healing or choose pain, but remember who you are and remember your choice. You decide if you want us to heal too or if it hurts too much for you to see peace. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a little under 7 minutes. We have a little under 7 minutes, so let's keep it moving.
All right. I have come to urge you to cancel the Atlanta Police Foundation's lease, return the land to the Muskogee tribe, and allocate unconditional restoration money for the repair of the land. The project has pushed you to become inhuman monsters. You lack sense, honesty, empathy, and goodness. But I am here to remind you of the example of Jesus, who supported the poor, the imprisoned, and the children. He fed the hungry, and he healed the sick. He rejected worldly power, and he condemned the hoarding of wealth. You're overmatched. We'll never quit. You'll never win. You can't even hold a public comment in your own place. You don't have the bandwidth to deal with us becoming a permanent resistance to your legitimacy. And that's what we will be, so long as you continue to be monsters. You've made the stakes existential for the opposition to Cop City. Do you know that if you do not quit today, that you're playing for the same stakes? Or are you a naive dilettante frittering away your daddy's legacy for white supremacist trinkets?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bueno, ¿a dónde está la policía?
Well, where's the police?
Yo pedí supuestamente la policía
I supposedly asked for a police officer
para que me ayudara a interpretar,
so that he could help me interpret.
o alguno de ustedes del concilio
Or one of you in the council
se pararan o por lo menos respondiera a esta emergencia,
or at least to respond to this emergency,
porque fue una emergencia,
because this was an emergency,
pero ninguno de ustedes
but none of you
ni siquiera se levantó.
even got up.
No voy a mencionar el nombre,
I won't mention any names,
pero gracias
but thank you
por hacerlo,
for doing that.
Cónsul Bond, pero
Council Member Bond,
¿y los demás qué?
and the rest of you, what?
Ya estamos cansados, ¿verdad?
We're tired, right?
Ya nos queremos ir a casa.
We want to go home, right?
Pues
Well,
de ustedes está la decisión.
it's up to you.
¿Realmente necesitamos la policía?
Do we truly need the police?
¿Por qué no invierten eso
Why don't you invest that
a miembros de la comunidad,
and community members instead.
a nosotros que somos personas monolingües.
For those of us who are monolingual,
¿Dónde está supuestamente la diversidad
where supposedly is the diversity
que ustedes claman, welcoming Atlanta?
here in Atlanta, but with welcoming Atlanta,
¿Dónde está?
where is it?
En ustedes está también, ustedes tienen embarradas sus manos, embarrada de sangre sus manos
Your hands are stained.
de tantas personas,
So many people
de asesinatos que se han cometido.
who have been assassinated.
Fue lo mismo, este ejemplo que yo hice
This example that I just did
es lo mismo que pasa con ustedes.
is the same thing that happens to you.
Recuérdenme, yo no estoy aquí para pedirle un favor.
Remind me, I'm not here to ask you for a favor.
Aquí yo estoy
I'm here
para pedirle rendición de cuentas.
to ask you to pay up.
Rendición de cuentas porque ustedes no han hecho nada de lo que ustedes prometieron en sus campañas.
To hold you accountable because you have not committed any of your promises from your campaigns.
Recuerden a esta monolingüe,
Remember this monolingual,
y no solo yo,
and not just me.
muchos de nuestros organizadores que están atrás,
Many of our organizers here,
inmigrantes, indocumentados,
immigrants, undocumented,
quizás no pudieron votar por
maybe
ustedes,
they couldn't vote for you.
pero sí tocaron puerta por
They
ustedes.
knocked for you.
Tocaron puerta por ustedes
They knocked for
para que ustedes estuvieran sentados allí.
so you could be sitting up here.
¿Realmente ustedes son tan progresistas como dicen ser?
Are you as progressive as you claim to be?
Respondan, ¿son progresistas?
Respond. Are you progressive?
¿Son demócratas?
Are you Democrats?
¿Dónde está la democracia?
Where is the democracy?
¿Dónde está supuestamente por la lucha de la justicia de derechos humanos?
Where is the supposed battle for human rights?
Y si ustedes votan que sí,
And if you vote yes,
el pueblo va a responder.
the people will respond.
El pueblo no se va a quedar quieto.
The people will not be silent.
El pueblo se va a seguir sentando y usando la sala en este lugar
The people will keep sitting and taking up space here
hasta que realmente respeten lo que es el poder del pueblo.
until you actually respect the power of the people.
Porque ustedes están ignorando
Because you are ignoring
el poder del pueblo.
the power of the people.
El poder del pueblo fue quien los llevó a
The
ustedes.
power of the people is what got you here.
Pero ustedes lo tiran a la mierda.
But you throw it to shit.
Por aquí les entra y por acá les sale.
It goes through one ear and comes out the other.
¿Y qué están haciendo realmente por la comunidad?
And what are you really doing for the community?
Él debería estar interpretando aquí.
Should he be interpreting here?
Él no debería estar interpretando aquí.
He should not be interpreting here.
Es como siempre pasa.
It's like it always happens.
Ustedes no hacen su trabajo, pero la comunidad hace el trabajo.
Community will do the job.
Ustedes no han invertido para donar a las organizaciones,
You have not invested in donating to organizations,
a las organizaciones que realmente estamos haciendo el trabajo.
to the organizations that are truly doing the work.
Estamos aquí hasta las 3 de la mañana.
We are here until 3 a.m.
Así también estuvimos repartiendo comida hasta las 3, 4 de la mañana, máscaras, hand sanitizers, y mientras ustedes durmiendo en sus casas durante el tiempo de la pandemia.
And we were distributing food and masks and supplies during the pandemic while you were at home sleeping.
Entonces,
So,
¿lo hizo la policía?
was it the police?
La policía no hizo
Time's
nada de
expired.
esto.
Police did not do that.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Por eso es el poder del pueblo.
Power
Thank
of the
you.
people.
Thank you all. We'll move directly into reports of the journal. We moved out of committee of the whole. Everyone, let me explain where we are. 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 There was a motion, let me explain where we are. There was a motion made to amend the agenda for 1 hour of Committee of the Whole. That hour has expired. Therefore, we're at number 9, which is report of the journal. We'll move directly into report of the journal and through the regular business. If we cannot proceed because of outbursts from the audience, we'll have to recess and move to a committee room so you can watch on TV but won't be in the room. That does comply with the Open Meetings Act. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. We've
I've
let
been here since
everybody
12:30.
speak
I wasn't
tonight.
allowed in the building
Please
until
let
2
me
o'clock.
finish. I don't want to have to remove the
I've been
council.
here since 12:30
So
and wasn't allowed in the building until 2 o'clock.
I'm sorry, but we are to the report of the journal. That is where we are on the agenda. So we'll move forward with the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
In 2020, I went to visit my grandma after protesting, and she asked how it was in Atlanta. She said, back in my day, if the police weren't acting right, we just beat them up. That was a radical idea to me, earth-shattering.
Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Bond. Everybody will have one of two options. We'll either continue the meeting here or we'll continue the meeting in the committee room. It's one of the two options. Councilmember Bond. Please allow the meeting to proceed. We're going to proceed with the meeting one way or another. There's no public speaking at this time. Please allow the meeting to proceed. Please allow the meeting to proceed. I turned it off. Excuse me, everyone. I am asking you to let us proceed with the meeting in the chamber. Please let us proceed with the meeting in the chamber. Please let us proceed with the meeting in the chamber, or we'll have to proceed in the committee room. We have to proceed with the remainder of the meeting, so please let us proceed with the meeting. There's a motion for a recess. There's a motion for a recess from Councilmember Hillis. Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. So, is there any discussion on the motion to recess? Is there any objection to the motion to recess? Madam Clerk, please sound unanimous consent on the motion to recess. Unanimous consent on the motion to recess.
Unanimous consent is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Council will now stand in recess. Would ask the council members to grab their laptops.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. Mr. President.
Recess has expired. Recess has expired. Recess has expired. Recess has expired. Call the council back to order. Councilmember Westmoreland, please let us proceed. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Mr. President.
Councilmember West, please wait one moment.
Mr. President.
Please allow us to proceed. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Mr. President. Folks. Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to continue Committee of the Whole with a couple requests. One is that if everyone could sit down, please, and the folks who are here who haven't yet had a chance to speak yet, I understand that your names are being written down so that we can make our way through the list of folks who have not yet spoken. I'm going to, as part of my motion, I'd like to do 2 minutes, which is the way we've been doing public comment for most of the day.
Second.
And so would like for an opportunity to hear from the folks in this line who haven't yet had a chance to speak for 2 minutes with your name on the list, and then we're going to have a staff member at the end of the line.
Councilmember Westmoreland has made a motion. It's been seconded by Councilmember Bond. Basically go back into Committee of the Whole, 2 minutes per speaker for those that are in line, and then we would cease when the staff member who's at the end of the line now would come forward. Is that correct? It is debatable. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I'd like for us to get a count on how many people we will hear from, if y'all will be kind enough to count out so we can know what that time frame is. So can y'all just count down, please? Let's be thoughtful. 1, 2, 3. Who's number 4?
22.
Number 5. Raise your hand.
Wait.
Number 6. Number 7. 8. Okay, 9. 10, 11, next one, 12, got there, 13, 14, have I got 15?
The list has 22
The list has
people.
22
Thank
people
you.
on it. We have a written list, 22
Okay,
people.
it's 22, it's 44 minutes,
Thank
that's
you.
what we got.
All right, is there any other
Guys,
discussion?
I believe they said 22.
22. Is there any other discussion on the motion to move back into Committee of the Whole per the stipulations? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to move back in Committee of the Whole with stipulations.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank
The
you, Mr.
motion
Chair.
carries. So we'll start 2 minutes per speaker. Please tell us your name if you'd like for the record. Thank you. Just one moment, Miranda. And whoever signed up now, that'll be the end of the line. So wherever we are on the list, go ahead.
MK, hold on one
Now
second.
it should be on.
Testing, testing. Oh, that's better. Okay. Good morning, council, relatives, and friends. Thank you all for being here this morning. My name is Miranda Kyle. Most of you know me. In my official capacity, I'm the Arts and Culture Program Manager for the Atlanta Beltline. For the record, I do not represent the Beltline here this evening. That's why I'm here at 3 a.m. with all of you on my own personal time. As a private citizen, I live in unincorporated DeKalb in a little tiny neighborhood called Gresham Park, and I've lived there since 2013. The houses that I live in, the neighborhood was specifically built to house both the workers and the families of the inmates who occupied the old Atlanta prison farm. My neighborhood holds memories. My neighbors are all legacy residents. Most of them had family who either worked there or were incarcerated there, and none of them knew about what was happening. In my official capacity, I am a public art, monuments, and public space expert. I have over 15 years of experience in the field, and I have counseled many of you on what to do in your districts and how we all envision our public spaces together, particularly when it comes to this bond referendum y'all are working on. It's a lot of money for how we're going to celebrate our public spaces. David Wilkinson is coercing the city to construct a monument to oppression and fascism. Why can't a forest be a monument? Why can't saving and preserving this land be a monument to what we believe in? Are we telling the world the best of Atlanta and our visionary sense of ourself is a militarized police, racist, ecocide, and cowing to corporate greed? Will you trust me and my expertise tonight and everyone else here? Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Justin Taylor.
Hey guys, I've been carrying this book around all day because there's been this plan to exterminate communists and socialists for 70 years, and that's basically what's been still going on here, and you're all a part of it. So I just wanted to say that y'all should all check this book out if you really want to understand the historical forces that you're a part of. But where the Metropolitan College used to have their agricultural school in Pittsburgh, that was where the firefighters used to train. The Annie E. Casey Foundation bought it and turned it into a gentrification project called Pittsburgh Yards, so there's no longer that fire training space. So, you shot yourself in the foot with that one if you're concerned about fire facilities. I'm just jumping around here because everybody said a lot of things I wanted to say, but y'all are familiar with the donations that Brassfield and Gorey has made to APF, correct? And that's a tax write-off for them because it's a 501c3 nonprofit, correct? And then they get paid for a no-bid, hello? They get paid for a no-bid contract to build Cop City from the slush fund that they just paid into. So does that not sound like charity fraud to y'all more than anything the Atlanta Solidarity Fund has ever done? What I'm saying is y'all are, I think it's called fruit of the poisonous tree as far as legal stuff goes, because they've already murdered somebody in the interest of this. So, the APF's fishy. All the funding numbers and the land numbers are fishy. No one's ever been clear. So y'all haven't done y'all's jobs to make that clear to us. And last time I spoke a couple weeks ago, I said that you guys wouldn't be remembered. Y'all will all be remembered as one of the worst public policy failures ever. And you'll be studying textbooks for how bad y'all have failed already. So it's just you can't continue to do this. I don't know, run out of time, but stop Cop City and drop all the charges.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Howard Shook, if you want to get sober, go to a meeting. Somebody can help you out. A little birdie told me that you like to drink.
We have folks behind you waiting.
Que se vayan todos. They all must go.
Thank you.
The government that governs best is the government that obeys.
Time's expired. Bavard Rodar, or Rodar.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Bavard Radar. I had an entire prepared statement that I was going to read, but that was over 15 hours ago when I came here. So I think I'd rather just address something because everyone has already said what you needed to hear before I got up here, but I'd like to address something that was said by someone on the council who will remain unnamed about being a fiduciary for the city. A fiduciary is, it involves trust, especially with regard to the relationship between a trustee and a beneficiary. The council has a fiduciary duty to its constituents, not to the buildings, not to anyone else, not to corporations. Your fiduciary duty is to us. It is to do what is best with our money, our taxpayer dollars for us. I've been a Metro Atlanta resident for over 30 years, and I work at the Atlanta airport. I took the day off today. I have to go into work tomorrow. I came out here to say my mind, and I want you guys to know that whatever you do today, all eyes are on you. So do the right thing. And I appreciate you guys taking the time to give me a chance to speak, even past the time that you allotted. Thank you.
Thank you. Bethany Sumner.
Hello, my name is Bethany Sumner. I'm a longtime Atlanta resident, born and raised in Metro Atlanta. I probably lived in half of these districts in the last 10 years, and I'm a property owner, voter. And I also was at Georgia Tech and New Scout Schultz before they were shot dead by the police for holding up a multi-tool. I also had the privilege of meeting Tortuguita about a month before they were shot dead by the police 57 times. And for those of you that may not have friends or family that lost their lives due to the police, due to the prisons, you may think otherwise, but most people in Atlanta know that the police aren't working for our public safety. We don't see that. So to call Cop City a public safety training center sounds like lies, and I think it was sold to you as lies. It was misrepresented to you, and now they're saying that it's going to cost Atlanta twice as much, and now you have an easy out. You have an easy out right now to rid yourself of this doomed project. This project is going to bring Atlanta down, and it's going to bring Atlanta down if our representatives don't listen to the cries that we're saying here tonight. And so I ask you to end it now, to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Corwin May.
Hi, I'm Corwin May. I used to live in Atlanta. I live near Atlanta. It's still my city. I'm pretty sure that this training facility is unique. It's not something that's been tried before. It's experimental, and the thing about an experiment is that you use an experiment to gather data to find out whether a thing is worth doing and whether it's worth scaling up. So the idea of scaling it up before it's even started, or before it has kind of started, but I mean, the idea of putting public funds towards like to increase something which has only shown to be a failure so far is just absurd. And do we even need, how hard is it to guess what's going to happen when you divert public funds to a project which there's overwhelming opposition to and has already caused a great deal of harm and is destined to cause a great deal more harm? You know that it's going to fail. You know that this fake city isn't going to be a great help to training police officers, and it's just not going to happen. And so when I think, why are you even considering to divert public funds to a thing which only causes harm and which, you know, is so overwhelmingly opposed? It seems like you just want to cause chaos. It seems like that's what you're voting for. You're just voting to cause a riot or something.
Time's
I don't
expired.
know why.
Rhiannon Soto. Rhiannon. Royce Mann.
Hi, members of council, Council President Shipman. As many of you know, my name is Royce Mann. I want to thank each of the council members who met with myself and other members of the Multi-School Coalition Against Cop City to take a deep dive into the legislation, what we see as the harmful effects of it, and look at ways that we can work together. We are about to vote forward building a police training facility on the site where somebody was killed by the police. I don't feel like we have really settled with the absurdity of that. We are about to build a massive police training facility where somebody was literally killed by the Georgia State Patrol, who may have access to these facilities, for peacefully protesting these facilities. I need that to sit with y'all. I need y'all to let that sit in your souls and ruminate and get through all the talking points that you've been given by the APF and other stakeholders in this. Not that what they have to say isn't important, but we are trying to build a police training facility where someone's life was taken by the police. If we do that, we are not moving forward in a sustainable direction, in a direction where we can heal. We are moving forward in a direction where trust further deteriorates, where the people of Atlanta continue to feel like their voices go unheard, while a select few hold all the power. I'm here because I care about democracy. I care about this city. I've called it my home my entire life. It pains me to see this process and how it's unfolding. It pains me to see so many people, myself included, feel that our real concerns, that our voices are not being heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Brunel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Brunel. I am for Cop City. No, I'm not. No one is for Cop City. But none of us are. None of us are. So I know everyone's got to get some sleep. So I just want to say a huge shout out to all the Black Jews and Mizrahi Jews, all of the Jews of color who are not able to be here right now because it's 3 in the morning. Much love to all of them. Viva Tortuguita. Y'all don't build it. TGO.
Thank you. Ash Risk.
Hi, my name is Ash Risk, and I just have a question for you guys. Are you listening? And I don't mean with the things on the side of your head. I mean the thing that's in your chest. I mean, I know you guys have been listening to people all day, back to back to back, but are you listening? Your vote will show.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emer Davis.
Hi, y'all. I'm Ever Davis. I've lived in Atlanta for almost 5 years now. I got my bachelor's and my master's degree in neuroscience from Georgia State University. I came to speak with y'all on May 15th, I think was the last time I was here, and I shared with you guys a bit of my past, which was that whenever I was about 5 years old, I lost my home because of Hurricane Katrina. And me, my 7-year-old sister, and my parents were homeless for at least 6 months. I brought up that the building of Cop City and threatening Atlanta's green lung like this is going to endanger not just more adults, but more children, and put more people out of a home, which we already have a crisis with. And you know, sometimes I feel really hopeless, to be honest. And after today, I kind of think y'all feel that way too. At least some of you, and at least in some capacity, and maybe not in the same ways, but I'd like to remind all of us here today that we do have power, and we've shown that today, and y'all have power. And I urge you to please use that power to listen to your community and listen to what we need and what we want from the people that we have put our trust in, our faith in, Please don't let us down.
Thank you. Casey, just a note before you speak. I've been told that the air conditioner has been fixed and it's back on. You should start to feel that. I'm getting a little bit of that, so I think it is working. Casey Orris.
Hi there, my name is Casey Davis. I'm a Georgia native, and first, thank you for letting the rest of us speak. All of us here represent an untold number of people that aren't here, that couldn't be here at 3 in the morning, who couldn't be here at 12 o'clock last afternoon. I'm here as a mediator. We're talking at you. You're talking at us. There were times for conversations, and there's still time for conversation. If you're not ready to vote no today, send it back to the committee. Send it back to the advisory board. The ACLU, so part of mediation is good faith and full disclosure. Neither of those have been happening in this time. The ACLU dropped off of the committee because they didn't have transparency. Use this time. There's always more time. It's not built yet. It's have some time, stop it now, stop it later, keep the conversation going, because that's what we're all here to do, is to keep the conversation going. That's why we're all still talking, wanting to keep the conversation going. So thank you all for your time. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Will Lonnie.
These are the words of Tortuguita. If enough people decide to do this with nonviolent action, you can overwhelm the infrastructure of the state. That's something they fear more than violence in the streets. Because violence in the streets, they'll win. They have guns for it, we don't. Tortuguita vive. The whole impetus behind this project is ostensibly because police are sad. Police want a playground. And because APF has some kind of death grip on the mayor and the council. Dave Wilkinson is paid more than any other police foundation executive in the country, with his salary of nearly $500,000 a year. He has lobbied each of you and the mayor, and he worked on the mayor's election campaign. Investigate the APF for charity fraud. Marshall Freeman served as chief operating officer of the APF for 7 years while sitting on the board of Inspire Brands Foundation, the philanthropic arm of private equity investment firm. Freeman has since joined the Atlanta Police Department as Deputy Chief Administration Officer, a clear conflict of interest which should never be permitted and immediately rectified. Stop Cop City, Viva Tortuguita.
Thank you. Next is Nicholas?
Yes.
Nicholas Owen.
Yes. This reminds me of the initial vote on this project way back in September 2021. We had so many hours of public comment, and you still voted against the overwhelming majority in opposition to this project. So here we are now, after having wasted however many millions of dollars suppressing the will of the people, voting on how much more you want to waste when you could have just saved everyone the trouble by canceling this project and investing those resources into all the better programs everyone before me has already been talking your ears off about all day. You don't need me to list all of them, but what you need to do is uphold your duty to your constituents and send this vote back to committee.
Thank you. Taylor Jordan. Taylor Jordan.
Yes, I have some time seated as well. Yeah.
Oh, there's no time seated. It's just 2 minutes per the motion that was made. Just 2 minutes per speaker.
Well, look, I don't want to be here either. I shouldn't have to be here. 2 years ago, like he said, y'all could have voted down Cop City like we asked, and we would have never had to have this whole saga, and Tortuguita would be alive today. And we would not have water runoff pollution already in the stream that we've been trying to protect for 2 years from Cop City. That's already happening before Cop City is even built. So we are way beyond talking about stopping Cop City. I'm not here to ask you to vote no on Cop City. I don't believe that you will. I don't believe that you serve the people. I think you're a bunch of corrupt, crooked snakes. And I go out and I tell people that. And they think that too. I think you will vote yes. So if you want to prove me wrong, there's your chance. If you want to have a shred of credibility left, there's your chance. But we have told you what it takes. It's voting no. That won't get me. I've already lost all faith in you all in this system and the people who want us to be citizens in this system. But if y'all want anybody to keep being a part of it with you, you're gonna have to catch up to all the things that we've been seeing in our community that's been troubling us. Y'all gotta start listening and responding to the people. Your power comes from the people. This $60 million you want to spend is going to come from the people. And when the people tell you, vote no, that is your chance.
Time's expired. James Rue.
Hello, my name is James Rowe. I'm a trans woman. I've been living in Atlanta for 8 years. I'm a President Scholar PhD student in Georgia Tech's bioengineering program. I'm a scientist, a cyclist, a lover of nature, music, and of Atlanta. As a scientist, I feel a deep sense of duty to make good on the opportunities that have been afforded to me and give something back. I've never worked as a public student, but I would imagine that one of the greatest stresses is trying to make sure that in every decision you make, you are making good on your duty to represent your constituents, and you may not always know how to do that. If that's the case, if you worry about not knowing what your constituents want when you're making difficult decisions, then I'd like to congratulate you on reaching what should be the easiest decision you've ever made in any of your careers, because you have heard 15 hours of uninterrupted dissent from firefighters, doctors, lawyers, ecologists, civil engineers, EMTs, Atlantans saying unanimously that we do not want Cop City. APF has not substantiated their ability to pay for this project. None of you are clear on the terms of this deal and whether or not APF will be able to lease this complex out for private profits for another 30 years. The Mayor's Community Input Council hasn't yet been able to deliver y'all any input since they were formed. If you can't vote no on this budget expansion, at least do your due diligence and send this back to understand properly what it is you are doing. In a truly democratic system, attaching your name to such a woefully unpopular policy would be political suicide. Whatever plan y'all have on how to survive voting yes on this round of funding, I don't think it's going to work.
Thank you. Kit Grant. Kit Grant. Kit Grant. You're next. Kit Grant. Kit Grant, you're next.
May I begin?
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kit Grant. I am a resident of District 5, and I am a student of Georgia State University. I come here before you very stressed and very tired after a very long day and a very, very long 2 years. I come here to share with you a piece of queer history. My uncle, Sherrod Smith, known as Skeeter, was a queer man here in Atlanta in the 80s and 90s. I have brought here today for you his Marriott Marquis employment card. I have brought you his half-fare MARTA card. I have brought you his Coca-Cola bottling company, employment card. I have never met my Uncle Skeeter because he died of AIDS in the 90s. And yet you stand before me right now and you ask me to care about Cop City right now? The last time I was here at City Hall, I was outside on March 31st on Transgender Day of Remembrance as a transgender man to stand up for myself. Do you know where I wanted to be? At the Southern Fried Queer Pride dance party. Do you know where I couldn't be that night? The Southern Fried Queer Pride dance party because it was canceled because they made threats to us. Do you know where APD was? Clear-cutting the Waylani forest. I was here. What more do you want us to say? Look at these. I will pass them to you. Where you go, where you make money, where you attract tourism to build the city further is built off of my community, off of my family. What you have robbed from us. I will not say thank you. I will not beg. I am not tired. I am afraid, but I will be here. Thank you. I secede.
Thank you. Casey Sharp. Casey Sharp.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Burdick.
Who did you call? Sharon, hold on just a second. Can we do Casey Sharp first, and then Sharon will do your write-up next? Thanks.
All right.
Yeah, you start the time at 2,
Yeah, Richard,
please.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, council members. I've spoken to many of you. I want to thank some of you for your engagement on this. I've spoken especially with council members Waits, council member Bakhtiari. Also, I'd like to thank council member Lewis, who's also engaged me in District 12. I'm not going to come up here and berate you and yell at you and call you names. It's been a very emotional day. I'm sure you understand why. You get this. I'm not here to insult you. I'm not here to call you demons or anything like that, but you understand the stakes here. You understand why people are so upset. What I am here to do is talk about something that hasn't come up tonight at all. I'm a professional archaeologist. I'm probably the only person in this building that has the credentials to pull every archaeological site record here in Georgia around the area for proposed Cop City. I can tell you that right now they're definitely bulldozing over woodland period Native American sites. Also, the remains of the prison farm itself. It's very, very likely that there are unmarked graves there. The mayor has said that he cares about the history and reconciling the awful Jim Crow history of that prison farm, and yet he's taken absolutely no steps to do that. I've been through the entire 150 pages that was commissioned by the Atlanta Police Foundation. They hired a company called Terracon. If I had done this phase 1 review for them, this cultural resource survey, I would be fired. So let me tell you real quick that the NEPA timeline that I work on as a consultant for infrastructure projects, this is very long. The lawsuits on it can very much outlast your administrations. This can go on for many years, this can go on for many decades. So I would just like for you to note this, because it hasn't come up tonight at all, that there is another element even beyond the grave ecological concerns here, beyond the social justice. There's also just history. And so far, everything the mayor has said about actually caring about that and doing something to reconcile it, he has not done that whatsoever. So please consider that. I'm asking you at the very least to just send this back to committee. It'd be the responsible thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sharon Burdick.
Good morning, council. Thank you for staying here so late with us. Yesterday was actually my wedding anniversary. You'll hear more about that from my spouse who's behind me. We are District 5 residents for 20, not 20. We're Atlanta residents for 20 and District 5 residents for 12 years. And we just wanted to be here, me after a long day of work and going back to work, and as you have to do in the morning, I'm sure, to reiterate exactly what everybody else has said. I'm not sure what I can add other than your constituents are tired. We're tired from fighting this for 2 years. We're tired that you didn't stop this at the beginning, that you have the opportunity to stop it now, and it doesn't look like you're going to. There have been much more optimistic people than me in line in front of me. I am very cynical about all of this now, but I would like it if you would surprise me. Please, please, please think of everything that's been brought up, everything from your social justice, to your history, to your environmental impact, to your potential lawsuits against this administration. Please consider all of that and think very hard before you vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Tyberg.
Good morning.
My name's David Tyberg. I, as you just heard, am a resident of District 5 and a 20-year resident of Metro Atlanta, and married to this beautiful creature who you just spoke to for 16 years as of yesterday. So thank you so much for providing us with this romantic date that we had to share together. I'm also a professional musician, and I wanted to address that based on, and I want to get this right because it is a quote that a member of this chamber gave to 11 Alive for an article that was posted yesterday afternoon. That quote reads, "You have to engage people that disagree with you. You have to communicate beyond just your demonstrations." Let me tell you why my view of as a professional musician is important. My work, one of the coolest things about my work is that it takes me to various parts of the city to engage with various social, socioeconomic, racial groups. I have performed in train stations in Bankhead and West End. I've played in rock clubs in East Atlanta and Midtown. I have played in country clubs in Druid Hills and Buckhead. I get to talk to a lot of folks, and the only folks I've encountered who support Cop City are the ones who stand to benefit from it financially, be they agents of the government or of local business and industry. More often than not, I find people who don't know anything about it, but when they learn about it, they are appalled. I've talked to folks. We've all talked to folks. Look at the diversity of the people who have been with you for 15 hours. We are talking. And I ask you, who else do we need to talk to? We're here talking to you even. Who else do you want us to talk to before all of you start listening? Please listen to us. Please, at the very least, move the motion to support Cop City back to committee to discuss it further, and preferably vote it down. And since I've got an extra couple of seconds, I just want to give a shout out to Liliana there. The rest of you should probably send her flowers tomorrow, because as chaotic as today was, it probably would have been a lot worse without her. Thank you so much. Happy Tuesday, everybody.
Thank you. Key?
Hello. Anyone a little uncomfortable? It was pretty hot in here, wasn't it? I just wanted to remind you of the feeling that you had when the air cut back on, and you got to make the sweat under your arms more like a cooling system and less like a constant waterfall, right? So let's think about this. If we're talking about discomfort, that was about maybe an hour. And I want you to think about your kids maybe in like 10 years. And they might have moved to East Atlanta because like, whoa, you guys are so good at gentrifying, oh my God. If it's a future that we would hate to see, your future might have your kids in East Atlanta near a cop training facility, and they're trying to cool down. But you know what they can't do? They can't freaking cool down because you cut down all the trees. Because now we don't have a good flood system, because now everything is disturbed. And instead of choosing a way forward in this beautiful city that I've called home since the first day I stepped foot out of my mother, let me tell you, it's not going to happen without presence, right? We have to be able to be engaged with our nature. We have to be able to be engaged and combine what we are. If you choose to vote for Cop City, not only are you choosing all the violence and all of the slew of things that every person I've ever met in Atlanta has ever been here to say, right? You're also choosing to deny futures to people that you don't even know. To your kin, who may, in your eyes, when you're older, even have turned out better than you, right? And you're denying them access to life. And I think that maybe that might feel bad if you love people. But I wonder, sincerely, if you guys have the essence in you to touch love. Do you know what it feels like? Do you know what this feels like? Are you jealous at all of the love we have? Because you know what? Love is stronger than fear. You can't scare us. We have love on our side, and that will always win.
Thank you. Next is Rohit Malhotra.
Yep. Thank you. My name is Rohit Malhotra. I don't usually do this. Like many of you, my parents are immigrants, and they're scared of government. And they said, you should not do this. They're going to think you hate Atlanta. And that's precisely why I'm doing this, so you remember how much I love it. Today, why we're here, is because of 2 broken promises that the city of Atlanta made. First, we broke a promise to police officers and to firefighters decade after decade after decade, telling them we would fix their facilities and never doing it. And then in 2002, we commissioned a task force that promised a black community that we would turn the dumping ground next to their homes into a public park. And we affirmed that decision in 2017 through the Atlanta design process. And we broke that promise again. And so instead of addressing these broken promises head on, we've instead put the community to go up against the police and to use a community asset to fix a broken promise to officers. And tonight, you're going to have the ability to make a decision on whether you will break another promise. In 2021, I interviewed the majority of you. I looked a lot of you in the eyes, and all of you agreed on one thing, which is that this process was not fair, it was not transparent. So you are the legislative body, your hands are not tied, you are the rope. There are 3 things, legislative things to keep in mind. Number 1, 2-406 says that you should take this back to committee if you do not feel that this has been transparent. Ordinance 6637 says if you don't want to do that, put it to a public vote and let the public actually vote on this. If you're so confident that this is what people want, make sure you do that. But if you're not going to do that, then 2-68 says you vote in this chamber today in front of us to show us where you stand. You can call us agitators, but someone else called us good, necessary troublemakers.
Thank you. Daniel?
Hey, my name is Daniel Michelle. Thank you, Councilmember Bakhtiari, for your support, and to all other council people who vote against Cop City today. I have really nothing to say that hasn't already been said in the last 15 hours. I will say that I have been here for over 15 hours, and no democratic public comment session in 2023 should last this long and force people to stay up till 3 a.m. on a Tuesday to have their voice heard. We have a thing called the internet that is pretty useful these days. That being said, I know it's late, and I want to give everyone else a chance to speak. But all I ask is that you guys practice what you preach and stop Cop City.
Thank you. Raphael?
Okay, I'm pretty sure we all know this is wrong in some capacity. Like, not necessarily completely in y'all's eyes, you know, I mean, in my eyes completely, but I think we all know it's wrong in some capacity, so I think y'all should send it back to the committee or whatever. But also, cops, you know, they don't really help, or I've had largely negative experiences with cops. I think most people would agree. You know what I mean? I think it should be really hard to become a cop. Like, you have to go to school for like 15 years like a doctor. I think it should be something like that because they make a lot of dumb decisions like racism. But also, yeah, like, so then, okay, so I just want to talk about how when I was a kid, I remember being like, I remember there was this forest right next to my house, and I remember I used to play in it with my best friend, and I remember that when it got cut down, it hurt me really deeply, and I'm a triple earth sign, you know, I don't know, and it hurt me deeply, and like, I remember crying about it, and I remember like later, when I saw other forests not really feeling quite as sad as I did that one time because I was covering something up, you know what I mean? And I kept seeing it and kept seeing it, and it was tearing away at me in different moments in my life. I've cried over this or had moments in the forest where I really felt the trees, you know, and they remember what happens. They remember, the water remembers and the earth remembers, and y'all are gonna remember. And growing into a bad creature or passing bad shit on to your kids is like, you know what I mean? That's bad energy, and it doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen with one decision. You carry that with you, you know what I mean? But anyways, the trees, you know, they sing for us, and I think we should listen to that, honestly. You know what I mean? And thanks for, the people who really actually heard us and looked us in the eyes, for real, and Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Orion?
Definitely exhausted. I'm a therapist, Orion Crook, District 4. Jason, I'm glad you're here. I'm shocked it hasn't been named, but I understand that you were, maybe still are, co-chair of the Entrenchment Creek Park Committee. And I believe being in that place helped you get here into your position. I trust your vote. I hope that you have spoke to them, what living by that creek, what you know of that. Liliana, some other people spoke to you. We see you out in the halls, we see you standing up. I see you doing work that no matter what happens, I hope you get your terms and you keep showing up and we keep voting for you. As I stood in this line, even though I would have been offered 10 minutes earlier, I saw a man in a suit, assuming a man, sorry if you aren't, say to me, or say out loud, okay, we're doing more people, get in line. I got in line, and then someone who had a little earpiece told me that they were in line to speak. It wasn't the end of the line, and I thought he was lying to me. And I sat there kind of knowing that maybe he was lying to me, and I asked him his name, and I even asked him if he was going to speak, and he said yes, and he looked me in the eyes, and I won't say his name, because I don't like to do people justice like that, but the police are unhappy. And at the end of the day, I'm here asking for the Weelaunee Safety and Mutual Aid Training Center. If you took that $71 or $90 million divided by the 357 or 450 people and gave them $200,000 or $150,000, let me tell you, as someone, I would do it justice. I would do mutual aid. I would support the system. Thank you.
Time's expired. Thank you. Adora? Or Adara, sorry.
Hey, everyone. My name is Misty. I'm from Atlanta. I'm a social and climate justice activist and organizer, and I have a degree in social work. I'm also a life coach, so I am very optimistic. So I also really believe in, I'm really spiritual as well, and I really believe in visioning. I think that's something we can do more in the movement, is like really envision what we want to happen and like the best possible outcome. So I wanted to ask us to do that now for you all on council. If you already know how you'll vote, if you could just humor me maybe for a moment, one way or the other, and just imagine what it would actually look like if you did vote against this ordinance, this project. Like, what would you say, to yourself? What would you say in your press release? I actually mailed you all a sample press release earlier today of what you could say were you to vote against it. But just really imagine for a moment, and people in the audience as well, I mean, my comrades here, what would it really look like? What, actually could it look like if things went as well as they could possibly go tonight? And I wanted to invite that spirit into the room. And just ask you all, what would it look like, something maybe along the lines of, after careful consideration and, unprecedented public outcry and doing my own research, I've come to realize that maybe this, needs more consideration, something along those lines. And what does it look like for us to evolve our consciousness at this point in history? We're running out of time on the climate. We've been out of time on justice. And this is a really beautiful historic moment. No matter what happens, this is a moment we'll never forget. And I hope that the spirit of life and love fills us all in this moment. You on the council and my comrades here.
Thank you. Just want to make sure where we are in line. Adara?
Yes, that's me.
Yeah.
So real quick, I heard a cop say that they were tired and that they didn't want to be here anymore. From all of us to all the cops, sincerely, go home. Clock just go clock out. I know you got a little machine where you do, we've all clocked in and out before. Go home, you're tired.
They're sleeping over there.
Well, maybe they'll wake up for this, because I would want to go home. So yeah, it's your choice. It's your life. If you're tired, get up. The door's right there. Okay, also, back to the point. So you guys have heard, police do not keep us safe. Prisons do not keep us safe. We keep us safe. And you've heard many arguments today to support that. You've heard ample empirical evidence. You've heard peer-reviewed studies being cited. You have all the logical evidence you need to know in your true heart that police do not keep us safe and that prisons do not keep us safe. I have 45 seconds more arguments for why police do not keep us safe. Daryl Tyree Williams, Tyree Nichols, Keenan Anderson, Sinzay Reed, who was 13 years old, Keyshawn Thomas, Dante Keatel, Jayland Walker, Christopher Kelly, Patrick Leola, Donnell Rochester, Amir Locke, Isaiah Tyree Williams, Jason Walker, Fanta Billity, who was 8 years old, to Naisha Chappelle, Ryan LaRue, Latoya Denise James, Andrew Brown Jr., Zadok Williams, Dante Wright, Darius Tarver, George Floyd, Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin, Rashad Brooks, Priscilla Slater, David McTeam, Tony McDade, Maurice Gordon, Williams Cornelius Fredericks, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice, Damian Daniels, Jonathan Price, Wallace Jr., Kevin Peterson Jr., Christopher Goodson Jr., and Viva Tantigita!
Thank you. Next speaker, Inza.
I'm going to make an addendum to the last list of names there is LaShawn Thompson. If any of y'all are aware, was found dead in his cell in Fulton County Jail a few months ago, eaten alive by bed bugs and starving. And I just have to speak personally. My father is sitting in the same part of the jail that LaShawn was right now, and the last time I talked to him, he was hungry and itchy and fucking, like, no human, no animal, no plant, nothing should ever be in those conditions, and what you're doing, whether you know it or not, is going to create the environment where more people are put into increasingly worse conditions. And, like, I'm not going to ask y'all for shit because y'all aren't going to give us shit, but it would be cool if y'all could be some human fucking beings and make the shit go away. So thank you.
Next speaker, Tom.
I would like to start by acknowledging some of y'all must be fans of Sun Tzu and the Art of War, with the saying, appear weak when you are strong and appear strong when you are weak. It's pretty clear that this is a pretty weak city council. But I came up to speak as a veteran. I was listening on the YouTubes before I came in, and I believe a city council member made a comment about how could there be a militarization of the police force if there were no tanks. I thought that was kind of cool because, like, I too am really particular on nomenclature, and a lot of people call, like, the MRAPs tanks and they're not and stuff like that. But the point I'm getting at is, in my tour in Afghanistan, I didn't see one tank. And I'm pretty sure the Marine Corps only sent 1 battalion of tanks to Afghanistan. We found out that tanks are particularly not useful in Afghanistan. It's like mud and they get stuck. But anyway, no tanks there, and I would say that country was pretty militarized. Whoever that councilman was, I'm willing to hear your response to your expanded definition of militarization. Oh, Antonio Lewis.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'll make sure we credit that as well. Thank you.
Natalie?
Yeah. Okay. So, meeting the needs of the people has not been the city council's goal.
That much has been made clear. It seems that any needs that are met by Atlanta's government is incidental or a coincidence, because by gunning for Cop City, city council members have shown through your actions that your primary goal is letting corporations destroy our city, that your primary goal is filling the pockets of the rich, letting landlords do whatever they want, displace thousands of people, fumbling rental assistance, letting people live in misery, shutting down AMC, funding incarceration, depriving tens of thousands of people of medical care. All the money that's going to Cop City, that could go to Cop City, should be going to people's needs, not a war machine. The city council, the police, and the legal system are designed fundamentally to protect the interests of the rich. The reason that the city council is so hell-bent on pushing forward Cop City, despite overwhelming public opposition, is to put down people's movements. It's to stop people from fighting for their rights, to stop people from taking power from corporations. They want to uphold white supremacist violence, environmental destruction, and double down on police terror. What's the city's response to historic protests against police brutality and racism? An incubator for more police brutality. Why is this urgency to push through Cop City and not urgency to seek justice for all victims of police brutality? Killer cops walk free in this city, and you want to create a playground for them. The city council and the police will not intimidate people. You will not trick people. Criminalizing protesting will not stop protesters. The more you try to repress this movement, the more it will grow. The more we will continue to build it. Everyone has a place in the fight against Cop City. I'm calling to free the Atlanta Solidarity Fund organizers, free all of the activists, drop the charges, justice for Tortuguita, justice for Jamarian Robinson, justice for Rayshard Brooks, for LaShawn Thompson, for all victims of police brutality and state repression. Vote no. Stop Cop City. 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 Stop Cop City.
Mr. President.
There's one more speaker. There's one more speaker. There's one more speaker I just want to make sure of. There's one more speaker I want to make sure of. Rhiannon was on the list. Is Rhiannon in the room? Rhiannon was on the list. Okay, thank you. That completes the list of additional speakers.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to exit committee of the whole.
Councilmember Westmoreland's made a motion to exit committee of the whole. There's a second by Councilmember Hillis. We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to moving out of committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move out of committee of the whole.
Consent is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to move Finance Committee to after item 16 on the agenda, so before general remarks, after personal papers to be referred.
The motion is to amend the agenda, is that correct? To move finance exec?
I'm sorry, after general remarks.
Sorry, just to clarify, the motion is to move the finance exec committee report after general remarks, after number 17 on the agenda. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Boone. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend the agenda? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to moving to the motion to amend the agenda? Sorry? Finance would be last after general remarks. It would actually move past personal papers. Sorry? Okay. Okay, so let's, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend the agenda.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 9 yeas, 5 nays.
There's 9 yeas, 5 yeas. The motion is adopted. Let me just explain for the public. We're changing the orders so that the Finance Exec Committee's report will actually go last on the agenda today. So we'll go through all the other business before we get to Finance Exec. So with that, move to a report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
I, Vanessa Walden, interim municipal clerk of the City of Atlanta, hereby certify that the action minutes of the May 15th, 2023 regular meeting of the Atlanta City Council are true and correct.
If there are not any additions or changes to the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Motion is moved by Councilmember Norwood. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any objection to the motion to adopt? We do it via unanimous consent. Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the minutes.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the minutes carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. There are three. 23C 5066, a communication from Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9, appointing Mr. Donald Rooney to serve as a member of the Chattahoochee Brick Company Memorial Green Space and Park Board. Staff recommendation for this communication is to refer to Community Development and Human Services Committee and the Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
23C 5067, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Ms. Bridget Simpson to serve as a member of the Human Relations Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
Last communication, 23C 5068, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Maisha Good to serve as the Commissioner of the Department of Customer Service for the City of Atlanta. Staff recommendation is to refer this to Finance Executive Committee and the Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course. Are there any items of vetoed legislation for consideration?
No, sir.
Is there any unfinished business?
No, sir.
Thank you. We'll next move to the consent agenda, section 1. This is found on page 4 of your materials. Councilman Juan.
Yeah, I'd like to remove item number 2, which is 23-01269 from consent, please.
Okay, so we're on consent agenda, section 1. The appropriate motion will be to adopt. These are all ordinances for second reading. Councilman Juan has asked that 23-0-1269 be removed from the consent agenda. Are there any other items to be removed? Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to remove on page 4, item 1 of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Report, 23-0-1267.
Also remove 23-0-1267. Any other items to be removed? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, with those 2 items removed. Moved by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, without the 2 items that have been removed? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, carries. Councilman Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick note that the consent agenda included item 23-0-1227, which was a $100 million housing bond co-sponsored by all members of council, and I wanted to make sure that that was acknowledged since it was on consent.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 2. This begins on page 19 of your materials. These are items for first reading, so the appropriate motion will be to refer. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2. Moved by Councilmember Shook. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Councilmember Bonds, and aye. Councilmember Lewis is a yes.
The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. Next, we'll move to the report of standing committees. We'll begin with the zoning committee today. Chair Overstreet.
Thank you, President Shipman. Let's start the zoning committee report. And everyone turn to page 24. And we'll start with ordinances for second read. I'd like to take items 1 through 5 as a block, please.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Legislative number 23-0-1058, case number Z-23-15, location within 500 feet of the Beltline corridor. The ordinance is to prohibit warehousing, self-storage facilities, and distribution centers within 500 feet of the Beltline corridor. Legislative item 23-0-1126, case number Z-23-05, location 120 Rogers Street Northeast. The ordinance is to rezone from I-1 light industrial to MRC 1, multifamily residential. Item number 3, 23-0-1159, case number Z-23-08, location 685, 689, 699, and 701 11th Street Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from MRC3 MSA, mixed residential commercial Marietta Street artery overlay, and I-1 MSA, light industrial Marietta Street artery overlay to MRC3 MSA, mixed residential commercial Marietta Street artery overlay. Item number 4, 23-0-1223, case number MRPA 2302, location 2212 Spink Street Northwest. The ordinance is to allow the construction of a single-family dwelling. And item number 5, 23-0-1224, case number MRPA 2303, location 2208 Spink Street Northwest. The purpose, the ordinance is to allow for the construction of a single-family dwelling. Items number 1 through 5 were favorable, so my motion is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt items 1 through 5. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 5 items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to adopt the 5 items coming out of committee. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these 5 items carries.
Thank you. Items 6 through 8, those 3 items I'd like to take as a block, please.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Legislative number 22-0-1498, case number U-22-09, location 400 Lucky Street, also known as 469 Marietta Street. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a shelter. And number 7, 22-0-1899, location 2490 Hosea Williams Drive Northeast. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a preschool. And item number 8, 23-0-1162, location 1180, 2138, 2146, 2152, and 2158 Jackson Place Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 single-family residential to R4BC single-family residential conditional. Items number 6 through 8 are favorable as amended, so I motion to adopt as amended.
There's a motion to adopt items 5, 6, and 7 as amended coming out of committee. There does not need to be a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 3 items as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 3 items.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? Oh, that's next, that's right. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
Thank you. Next item is item number 9, 22-0-1726. Case number Z-22-60. Location 2535 Glenwood Avenue Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 Single Family Residential to PDH Plan Development Housing. The committee recommends to file item number 9, so I motion to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 22-0-1726. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? No. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, thank you.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to to file carries.
Thank you. And I only have one first read, and it is legislative number 23-0-1283. It's item number 10, location. It's a text amendment. The ordinance is to amend Charter 28 of the Atlanta Zoning Ordinance entitled General and Supplementary Regulations to correct an error. I move to refer item number 10 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer 23-0-1283, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Public Safety and Legal Administration, Chair Hillis.
We have 2 items pulled off the consent agenda. First item is 23-0-1267. It was favorable in committee, but I have a substitute for it. I will read it in. An ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the mayor, his designee, to exercise the third renewal option of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Atlanta Fulton County Pre-Arrest Diversion Initiative, Incorporated, doing business as Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative, Incorporated, with a term commencing July 1, 2023 and ending June 30, 2024 by utilizing remaining fiscal year 23 funds designated for PAD Incorporated received by the city from the U.S. Department of the Treasury under the American Rescue Plan Act and for other purposes. I'll make a motion to bring forth a substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Hillis, seconded by Councilmember Juan to, Shook? No, who was it? I'm sorry. Councilmember Shook, to bring forth the substitute. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute on 23-0-1267.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Make a motion to adopt as substituted.
There's a motion to adopt as substituted by Councilmember Hillis, seconded by Councilmember Juan, 23-0-1267. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Item 2 is 23O-1269, also pulled off consent. An ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-94A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 10-88 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one convention center selling alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises located at 230 17th Street Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes. The motion from the committee is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of the committee to adopt 23-0-1269. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 23-0-1269.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
That completes the work of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the City Utilities Committee. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is no report today for City Utilities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be the committee report for Community Development Human Services Committee. Chair Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Likewise, no report for CDHS.
Thank you. Next on the agenda will be the Transportation Committee. Chair Faroki.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have two items, 22R 3616, which is item 1 on page 41, and 23R 3617. I'm going to take them as a block because they're similar papers regarding LMIG street resurfacing. 23R 3616, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki, is substituted by the Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for LMIG street resurfacing project Group 1 North with Stewart Brothers, Inc. on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 1 year with one-year renewal option in an amount not to exceed $5,281,850.50. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from the Fund Department organization and account number listed and for other purposes. And then 23R 3617, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki, is substituted by the Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for LMIG Street Resurfacing Project Group 2 South with Magnum Paving Company, Inc. on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 1 year with one-year renewal option in an amount not to exceed $4,803,641.80. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from the Fund Department organization and account number listed herein. These papers were both came out of committee favorable on substitute on condition. The condition was the ATL DOT would provide council members with a list of the 2021 LMIG projects that will be resurfaced under this agreement. That condition has been satisfied. Everyone should have received an email with that list. And coming out of committee, then the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-R-3616 and 3617. Both of these are on substitute. It does not need a second since it's coming out of committee favorable. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these two items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these two items.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
And then before I close out, there's one announcement. The Department of Aviation will host a concessions information session on Friday, June 16th, 12 noon to 3 p.m. in the Gateway Conference Room at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. This session aims to educate and inform council members of the process and factors for solicitation of upcoming concessions opportunities. This invitation is limited to council members. If you'd like to attend, please let David Johnson know. You'll be attending no later than close of business on Tuesday, June 6th. Thank you. That concludes the report.
Thank you. Next up, given the change to the agenda, will be the Committee on Council. Chair Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to take items 1 and 2 as a block, 23-C-5062, a communication from council members Dustin Hillist and Andrea L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, and Keisha Shawn Waits, appointing Mr. Quincy Jordan to serve as a member of the NREM Review Board for the City of Atlanta. 23-C-5064, communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Sagara Jones to serve as a member of the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority Board of Directors for the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Both were found favorable in their individual committees, and I move to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt these two items, 23-C-5062 and 23-C-5064. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these two items? Given the nature of the appointment, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a vote. Madam Clerk, could you, instead of unanimous consent, Madam Clerk, could you please open the vote on the motion to adopt these two items?
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these two items carries.
Thank you. Moving on to resolutions. Item number 3, 23-R-3607, a resolution by Committee on Council authorizing the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement on behalf of the City of Atlanta with Fulton County to conduct the 2023 Atlanta Board of Election general election and any special elections held in conjunction therewith on November 7, 2023, and if necessary, to conduct an Atlanta Board of Education general runoff election to be held on December 5, 2023, or such other authorized date in the portion of the City of Atlanta located in Fulton County, to authorize the payment of the estimated prorated expenses associated with such elections in the amount of $3,052,418.22 to Fulton County and $74,702.96 to DeKalb County in accordance with the City of Atlanta's election IGA with DeKalb County, authorized pursuant to 09-0-1394, all funds to be charged to and paid from the account numbers listed herein, to appoint the Fulton and DeKalb Counties Board of Registration and Elections with the Director of the Fulton and DeKalb Counties Department of Registration and Elections acting as its agent as municipal election superintendent for the purpose of conducting said elections as absentee ballot clerk and as a municipal registrar and for other purposes. I hated reading that. And I'm going to go ahead and also, may I also take item 4 with that as well?
Please,
Thank you.
Without objection, please proceed.
23-R-3608, a resolution by Committee on Council authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Atlanta Public School System pursuant to which the City of Atlanta shall administer the 2023 administer the 2023 Atlanta Board of Education general election for APS board seats 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 on November 7, 2023, and if necessary, to conduct an Atlanta Board of Education general runoff election to be held on December 5, 2023, or such other authorized date and in consideration thereof. APS shall reimburse the City of Atlanta for the costs incurred by the City of Atlanta to administer such election in an estimated amount of $3,221,107.22. All funds to be deposited in the Fund Department organization and account number listed herein and for other purposes. Both are favorable out of COC, and I move to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee 23-R-3607 and 23-R-3608. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these two items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these two items carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also motion to move both of these items to the mayor's desk post haste.
There's a motion to move these two items to the mayor's desk post haste by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Item number 5. What? And then we post haste, we just did it.
I didn't see this one come up on the screen.
You didn't. You want to check on that? Mr. Chair, could you hold just a moment? Or, sorry, Mr. President. They're checking on one thing. I apologize for that. Moving on to item number 5, an ordinance by Councilmembers Alex Juan to amend the charter of the City of Atlanta Atlanta, Georgia, 1996, Georgia laws adopted under, by, and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA Section 36-35-1, as amended by amending Part 1, Subpart A, Article 2, Chapter 3, Section 2-308, to standardize and define classifications for city council employees, and to update annual appropriations for salaries and benefits, to amend Chapter 2, Article 2, Division 4, Section 2-152 to reflect the actions of this charter amendment and for other purposes. So this was forwarded with no recommendation by Finance Exec, but this is the second reading, first adoption. This is a charter amendment, needs 2 adoptions. It was voted favorable out of COC. This is its first official adoption, and this item will be referred back to FEC and then moved for its second adoption.
There's a motion to adopt 23-0-1271. Was that coming out of committee?
Yes. This was voted favorable out of COC, and it will be
So
referred
it
back
doesn't
to
need a
FEC.
second since favorable out of COC.
Yes.
Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 23-0-1271.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? That's good. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a second. Councilmember Bond, how do you want your vote reflected? Aye. Please reflect Councilmember Bond's vote as an aye.
Okay, there it is.
The vote is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Item number 6, 23-R-3536, resolution by Councilmember Andre L. Boone requiring all City of Atlanta interim review board hearings to be added to the Channel 26 live broadcast schedule. Regularly scheduled board hearings which are in conflict with any city committee meeting, public hearing, or any city mandated meeting shall be recorded by Channel 26 and added to the archives reviewing and for other purposes. This item was voted favorable out of COC, and I move to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second to adopt 23-R-3536. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open.
Councilmember Bonds, an aye.
Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. Councilmember Amos, how would you like your vote recorded? Aye. Councilmember Amos is an aye.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Council President. This concludes my business.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to personal papers for immediate consideration. We have one. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, you have a copy of this. It's been distributed. This is Elms 32830, a resolution by Council members Juan, Bond, Bakhtiari, Collier Smith, Hillis, Boone, Norwood, Westmoreland, Shook, Faroki, Winston, Waits, and Amos, requesting that the Atlanta Police Foundation create 2 positions on its Board of Trustee to be filled by members of the Atlanta City Council, with one such position to be filled by the Chair of the Atlanta City Council's Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, and the other to be filled by a member of the Atlanta City Council chosen by majority vote of the members of council and for other purposes. Whereas the City of Atlanta has an interest in maintaining the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the City of Atlanta and its visitors, and whereas in furtherance of this interest, the Atlanta Police Department works to be a source of pride for the residents of Atlanta, admired among law enforcement agencies worldwide, recognized for our professionalism, integrity, and service to our communities. And whereas APD's mission is to create a safer Atlanta by reducing crime, ensuring the safety of our residents, and building trust and partnership with our community. And whereas having determined that it would be beneficial for the City of Atlanta to enter into a partnership with the business community to enhance the funding of City of Atlanta Police Services, on June 4th, 2001, the Atlanta City Council adopted Resolution 01R0352, which was approved on June 13, 2001, and pursuant to which the Atlanta City Council authorized the mayor to initiate proceedings to create a City of Atlanta Police Foundation and to solicit sponsors to create such a foundation. And whereas thereafter in 2003, the Atlanta Police Foundation was founded, and whereas the APF is a nonprofit organization that unites business and philanthropic community with APD to make strides in public safety that focus on designing community programs that enhance safety in Atlanta neighborhoods and strengthen relationship between citizens and law enforcement, training the best-in-class police department and seeking innovative solutions to further public safety. And whereas APF funds high-priority projects designated to enhance city's ability to fight and prevent crime, and whereas APF receives millions in donations from local corporations, nonprofits, and some individuals, raising over $28 million in 2021, and whereas APF is governed by its 50-member board of trustees, which includes the leaders from many of Metro Atlanta's largest companies, and whereas since 2004, the City of Atlanta has continued to work closely with APF to support APD in a partnership that has necessitated approximately 120 legislative actions by the Atlanta City Council to authorize various actions and initiatives. And whereas despite the Atlanta City Council's having originally authorized the actions which led to the creation of the Atlanta Police Foundation and the close partnership between the City of Atlanta and APF, y'all should listen to this next section. The City of Atlanta currently has no appointees to the APF Board of Trustees. And whereas the purpose of APF is to support the APD, which is a unit of the Atlanta City government, and as the Atlanta City Council is the governing body of the City of Atlanta, it is the desire of the Atlanta City Council to request that APF create 2 positions on its Board of Trustees to be filled by members of the Atlanta City Council. And where it is the desire of the Atlanta City Council that one such position would be filled by the chair of the Atlanta City Council's Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, while the other would be filled by a member of the Atlanta City Council chosen by a majority vote of the members of council. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the Atlanta City Council hereby requests that the Atlanta Police Foundation create 2 positions on its Board of Trustees to be filled by members of the Atlanta City Council. Be it further resolved that one such position would be filled by the chair of the Atlanta City Council's Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, while the other would be filled by a member of the Atlanta City Council chosen by majority vote of the members of the council. Be it finally resolved that upon this approval of this resolution, the municipal clerk shall transmit a copy to the Atlanta Police Foundation. I'll move to approve. Colleagues, I typically do not do an immediate consideration, but given the need for additional transparency and accountability, I think it's important that we have elected positions on their Board of Trustees that are accountable to the public. So I'll move approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan. There's a motion by Councilmember Juan to adopt Elms 32830. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on Elms 32830.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries. We'll now move to, I don't believe there are any others for immediate consideration, so we'll move to personal papers for referral. We'll just work down the line today. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 items today. First item is Elms ID 32714, and an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2023 Capital Asset Finance Fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $6,369,888.00 to be used for the acquisition of equipment for the Atlanta Department of Transportation, Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, Atlanta Police Department, Department of City Planning, Department of Enterprise Asset Management, and the Department of Parks and Recreation pursuant to the 2008 Master Lease and Option Agreement between the City of Atlanta and the Georgia Municipal Association, Inc., and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32714 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 32715, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, a resolution by the City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into the Fourth Amendment to Agreement RFP S-121011 Green Infrastructure and Landscape Services with ECL RAC joint venture on behalf of the Department of Public Works in an amount not to exceed $150,000.00 for FY23 and $2,400,000.00 for FY24 for right-of-way maintenance and routine landscaping activities. All contracted work should be charged to and paid from the fund, department, and accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 32715 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee. Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you. Items ID 32734, an ordinance by Councilmember Mayor Faroki, authorizing the mayor or his designee to accept the funds and amend the fiscal year 2023 intergovernmental grant fund budget by adding to the anticipations and appropriations awarded funds from the 2020 to 2025 Regional Transportation Improvement Program in an amount not to exceed $1,060,000.00 for the funding of preliminary engineering for the Stitch project, to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements with the project partners, including the Atlanta Regional Commission, the United States Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration, and/or the Georgia Department of Transportation for implementation of grant acceptance and participation and for other purposes.
Items ID 32734 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Items ID 32770, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the mayor or his designee, including the Commissioner of the Department of City Planning, to accept grant award funds from the U.S. Department of Transportation in an amount not to exceed $1,200,000.00 for preliminary engineering for the Peachtree Street Streetscape Project, G.PI 00192-202, for the, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2024 intergovernmental grant fund budget as shown herein, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into agreements for the acceptance of the grant and implementation of the project with the U.S. DOT, the Georgia Department of Transportation, and the Atlanta Downtown Improvement District, and for other purposes.
Items ID 32770 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
And finally, Items ID 32771, a resolution by Councilmember Mayor Faroki authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a project framework agreement with the Georgia Department of Transportation and a project management agreement with the Atlanta Downtown Improvement District for the Livable Cities Initiative grant for preliminary engineering for the Peachtree Street Streetscape Project in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000.00 to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute all agreements related to the project and for other purposes.
Items ID 32771 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. AMS number ID 32834, an ordinance by Councilmember Amos, Byron D. Amos, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY23 General Fund budget to create a civic and cultural event support trust fund for the purpose of funding future civic and/or cultural events as may be authorized by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing the utilization of this fund to pay expenses related to the city's support of civic and/or cultural events in FY24. In the event such support shall be subsequently authorized by council, authorizing donations and sponsorship funds as may be sequentially approved by council to support future civic and/or cultural events to be deposited into the trust fund account created in Section 1 of this ordinance, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget by transferring $400,000.00 from the general fund non-departmental account to the trust fund, authorizing account created hereby and for other purposes.
Items ID 32834 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
AMS number ID 32821, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor and/or his designee to execute a special procurement agreement SP-1230316 on behalf of the office of the mayor pursuant to Section 2-1191.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance for a term for a term of 90 days in the amount not to exceed $140,000.00. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32821 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Helms number ID 32713. Ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, authorizing the City of Atlanta to waive the competitive procurement source selection provision contained in Section 2-1187 of Article 10 Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance, as well as other conflicting code provisions to obtain continued services from the Department of Aviation with A National Limousine, doing business as the Airport Shuttle Group for terminal-to-terminal shuttle services at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, Atlanta International Airport on a month-to-month basis not to exceed 6 months in an amount not to exceed $3,227,599. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32713 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Helms number 32797. A resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Anderson Avenue Northwest and Waterbury Street Northwest an all-way stop control intersection, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32797 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Helms number 32804. An ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend the Atlanta Code of Ordinance, Chapter 150, Traffic and Vehicles, to increase the minimum fine for violations for parking in residential permit parking areas without a permit and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32804 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
The last one, Mr. President, Helms number 32782. A resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos requesting that the mayor or his designee authorize the Department of Finance to cease payroll deductions in the amount of $35.00 from the paychecks of city employees parking in the government central parking deck effective December 31st, 2023, and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32782 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first item is Helms number 32811, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the transfer of $25,000.00 from the Council District 4 carry forward account to the Council District 4 expense and distribution accounts to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32811 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
The next item is Helms number 32806, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to make an all-way stop control intersection at Lawton Street Southwest and Lawton Place Southwest, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32806 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Next item is Helms number 32807, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to make an all-way stop control intersection at Lawton Street Southwest and Matthew Street Southwest, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32807 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Next item is Helms number 32808, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to make an all-way stop control intersection at Oakland Drive Southwest, Ewing Place Southwest, and Westboro Drive Southwest, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32808 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
The next item is Helms number 32809, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to make an all-way stop control intersection at Oakland Drive Southwest and Montreat Avenue Southwest, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32809 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
My last item is Helms number 32810, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to make an all-way stop control intersection at Oakland Drive Southwest and Richland Road Southwest, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32810 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Council President. First is ELMS ID number 32757, ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari authorizing the transfer of $50,000.00 from the Council District 5 carry forward account to the Council District 5 expense and distribution accounts to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32757 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. ELMS ID number 32798, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of McClendon Avenue Northeast, Connecticut Avenue Northeast, and Ridgewood Road Northeast always stop controlled intersections, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at these intersections and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32798 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID number 32796, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Oakview Road Southeast and Oakview Road Northeast from Jose L. Williams Drive Northeast to the Kirkwood Triangle to 2nd Avenue Northeast and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32796 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID number 32799, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of Oakview Road Southeast and Palaca Street Southeast, Oakview Road Southeast, and Douglas Street Southeast always stop controlled intersections, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at these intersections and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32799 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you. That concludes my papers.
Sorry, that should go to Transportation Committee. Sorry. Transportation. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. ELMS ID 32732, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute Amendment Number 2 to Agreement Number listed Design Build for Cheshire Bridge Road Replacement Bridge over South Fork Peachtree Creek with C.W. Matthews Contracting Company, Inc. on behalf of the Department of Transportation to add funding for construction of the bridge in an amount not to exceed $215,904.50, to ratify all services rendered in connection with the additional funding beginning March 1, 2023, in accordance with Section 21163C of Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32732 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS 32785, resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in amount of blank. All funds to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32785 will be referred to Finance Exec Committee.
ELMS 32805, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan requesting the mayor or his designee to install 2 pedestrian crosswalks on Lennox Road at the South Fork Peachtree Creek Bridge and the Morningside Nature Preserve parking lot and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32805 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS 32803, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Johnson Road Northeast and Meadowdale Avenue Northeast an always stop controlled intersection, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32803 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS 32802, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan requesting that the mayor or his designee make the intersections of East Sussex Road Northeast and East Rock Springs Road Northeast, East Sussex Road Northeast, and Berkshire Road Northeast always stop controlled intersections, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32802 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID 32759, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $8,500.00 from the District 6 carry forward account to the Atlanta Police Foundation for the exclusive use of the Morningside Lennox Park Association to fund license plate readers to be installed in the Morningside Lennox Park neighborhood and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32759 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
ELMS 32824, resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the mayor or his designee to issue a work order to the Atlanta Beltline, Inc. under the services agreement between the City of Atlanta and Atlanta Beltline, Inc. on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for the management, construction, and project closeout of improvements to the Monroe Drive and 10th Street intersection in an amount not to exceed $1 million.00. All work shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 32824 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
3283 is going to, okay, I'll read the other one in. Elms ID 32788, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wand, 32nd supplemental bond ordinance, an ordinance supplementing the restated and amended master bond ordinance of the City of Atlanta adopted on March 20, 2000, 99-0-1896, as previously amended and supplemented, providing for the issuance by the City of Atlanta of its airport general revenue and revenue refunding bonds and its airport passenger facility charge and subordinate lien general revenue bonds in the combined aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $976,885,000 in multiple series designated herein as Series B, C, D, E, new money bonds, and Series 2023 FG refunding bonds, and any additional subseries as herein permitted, providing funds for the purpose of, among other things, financing and refinancing in whole or in part the cost of planning, engineering, design, acquisition, equipping, and construction of certain improvements to Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, refunding and redeeming all or a portion of the outstanding Series 2014 B/C bonds, as further described herein, collectively the refunded bonds, providing for a reasonably required debt service reserve, providing for the payment of costs of issuance, including bond insurance, if any, providing for the payment of cost, if any, provided for the forms of and authorizing the execution of said Series 2023 B, C, D, E new money bonds and Series 2023 FG refunding bonds, providing for the rights of the holders of said Series 2023 B, C, D, E new money bonds and Series 2023 FG refunding bonds, authorizing and approving the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement and a final official statement in connection with the offer and sale of said Series 2023 B, C, D, E new money bonds and Series 2023 FG refunding bonds, each granting the chief officer, the city finance officer, or airport manager the authority to deem final the preliminary official statement for purposes of Securities and Exchange Omission Rule number listed, granting the chief officer, the city finance officer, or airport manager the authority to approve and execute a final official statement, authorizing the execution of one or more continuing disclosure agreements, one or more bond purchase agreements, an escrow deposit agreement, and certain other agreements in connection with said Series 2023 B, C, D, E new money bonds and Series 2023 F refunding bonds, and providing for incidental action, authorizing the negotiation of purchase of municipal bond insurance and the selection of a bond insurer with respect to all or a portion of said Series 2023 B, C, D, E new money bonds and Series 2023 FG refunding bonds, if determined to be in the best interest of the city, designating an escrow agent, paying agent, and bond registrar, providing for severability, authorizing certain officials and employees of the city to take all actions required in connection with the issuance of said Series 2023 B, C, D, E new money bonds and Series 2023 FG refunding bonds, providing certain other details with respect thereto, providing an effective date, and for other related purposes.
Elms ID 32788 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And then the last one, Elms 32823, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wand to waive provisions of Part 3, Code of Ordinances, Land Development Code, Part 16, Zoning, Chapter 11, C1, Community Business District Regulations, Section 6-11003, Permitted Principal Uses and Structures of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, for the purpose of waiving the distance requirements for a service station located at 1570 Monroe Drive Northeast, and for other purposes. They're saying zoning.
Elms ID 32823 will be jointly referred to Zoning and ZRB.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's first one is Elms ID 32820, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood to name 473 Woodward Way Northwest, Fulton County tax parcel ID number listed as Betty Young Park, to waive certain provisions of sections 138-8 and 2-2 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32820 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms 32822, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a project management agreement with Buckhead Community Improvement District for the West Paces Ferry Road resurfacing and safety improvements project, to execute any required agreements for project participation and implementation on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation in amount not to exceed $7,800,000.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Helms ID 32822 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
First item is Elms ID 32843, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to write off outstanding and uncollectible City Court of Atlanta fines, accounts receivable, and city court fines, allowance for bad debt in the amount of $5,060,999.26, and for other purposes.
Could you repeat that Elms ID for me, please?
32843.
Elms ID 32843 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Next is Elms 32818, resolution by council members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Dozier, Amir Faroqi, and Jason Winston, requesting that the mayor issue instructions to the appropriate executive branch departments to establish policies on street width, lane width, crosswalk, and bulb outs to promote safe, livable streets and environmentally sustainable transportation choices, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32818 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 32817, an ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Dozier, Jason Winston, Amir Faroqi, to establish the Atlanta Fatal Vehicle Collision Review Commission to provide in-depth, multi-departmental, and holistic reviews of all fatal vehicle collisions that occur on surface streets within the city of Atlanta, of which upon completion of the review will submit findings and recommended changes to the affected city departments and the public, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32817 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 32819, a resolution by council members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Liliana Bakhtiari, Andrea Boone, Michael Julian Bond, Antonio Lewis, Jason Dozier, and Jason Winston, requesting that the mayor, his designee, direct the commissioner of the Department of Public Works to close the old Hartsfield incinerator yard waste mulching site because of the potential health hazard and nuisances it poses to the residents in the immediate surrounding neighborhood, requesting that the mayor or his designee direct the commissioner of Public Works to identify a more appropriate alternative site for the operation within 90 days and relocate such operation to the identified new site within an additional 90 days, requesting that the mayor, his designee, direct the Commissioner of Public Works to initiate and take the necessary actions to transfer responsibility of the old Hartsfield incinerator site to the Commissioner of the Department of Parks and Recreation in alignment with the city's adopted Chattahoochee Riverlands Plan, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32819 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms ID 32755, a resolution by council members Dustin Hillis and Matt Westmoreland, requesting the mayor or his designee remove the parking restrictions on the southbound or west side of Adams Drive Northwest from Rando Lane Northwest to Ladon Lane Northwest, and prohibit parking on the northbound or east side of Adams Drive Northwest from Rando Lane to Ladon Lane Northwest, install signage at the appropriate locations along the prohibited area, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32755 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 32754, a resolution by council members Dustin Hillis and Andrea Boone to expand the boundaries of the Fulton Industrial Community Improvement District as authorized by the General Assembly of the State of Georgia and the Fulton County Community Improvement District Act, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32754 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 32840, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis waiving the sidewalk requirements of Section 15-09.003 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for subdivision application SD 19037 at 2414 Claude Street to provide that in lieu of constructing the required sidewalks at the subdivision site, The developer of the subdivision shall construct approximately 224.36 linear feet of sidewalk near the intersection of Bolton Road and Parrott Avenue and for other purposes.
Just read the Elms ID for me again.
32840.
32840 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Last item is Elms 32783, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing a donation in amount not to exceed $12,000.00 from the District 9 carry forward account to the West Side Howell Mill Community Improvement District to support the inaugural West Side Stride, a one-day advocacy event for safer multimodal streets to be held on October 29th, 2023, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32783 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 32744, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the appropriate documents to accept an in-kind donation of individual food boxes from the Atlanta Community Food Bank with of collective value of $30,000.00 for the purpose of distributing said food boxes to eligible persons to be determined by the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32744 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms ID number 32837, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $10,000.00 to the Unity Network and Counseling Center, Inc., for the City of Atlanta's charter to support summer activities for local youth, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation and authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32837 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 32838, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $10,000.00 to the Poverty to Prosperity PS Inc., to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's charter to support summer activities for local youth, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation and authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32838 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 32835, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $10,000.00 to the Jackson Memorial Baptist Church, Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's charter, to the church's food pantry ministry, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation and any authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32835 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 32839, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $10,000.00 to the Atlanta Barber Institute Foundation, Inc., pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's charter to support summer activities for at-risk youth, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation and authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make up all payments from the accounts that listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32839 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
All right. Elms ID number 32844, resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $100,000 to the Atlanta Victims Assistance Incorporated pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's charter to support crime victims in the City of Atlanta, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, and authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32844 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. EMS ID number 32842, a resolution by Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Fourth Amendment of the agreement FC 9334 Business License and Cashier Management System with Tyler Technologies Incorporated on behalf of the Department of Finance to extend the term of the agreement effective from July 31st, 2023 on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 18 months, and to add funds in the amount not to exceed $786,858.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and the amount and the account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32842 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
EMS ID number 32800, a resolution by Marcy Collier Overstreet requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Sandringham Drive, southwest between Landrum Drive, southwest and Campbellton Road, southwest, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32800 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you. EMS ID number 32801, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Windsor Drive, southwest between Landrum Drive, southwest and Sandringham Drive, southwest, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32801 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Okay. ELMS ID number 32733, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute all documents necessary for the acquisition of certain properties, interests necessary for the Campbellton Road Complete Streets project, authorizing negotiations with property owners for the acquisition of such property interests, authorizing title searches, appraisal surveys, and other items necessary for the acquisition of such property interests, authorizing the mayor and the city attorney in the event negotiations are unsuccessful to institute condemnation proceedings pursuant to OCGA 32-3-1 et sec, waiving certain subsections of Section 2-1541 and 2-1545 of the City of Atlanta's Code of Ordinance on behalf of the City of Atlanta's Department of Transportation, all contracted work and payments for property interests to be paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32733 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay, last one. ELMS ID number 32790, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, waiving the requirements of Section 2-910 of the Atlanta City Code and ratifying actions by the Chief Financial Officer or his designee by applying for a grant from the Third Sector New England Incorporated as fiscal sponsor to the Public Finance Initiative for technical assistance and grant fund for the bond market and racial equity program to authorize the acceptance of technical assistance and grant funds in the amount not to exceed in the amount of $50,000.00 for fiscal year 2024. To amend the fiscal year 2024 intergovernmental grant budget in the amount not to exceed $50,000.00 by adding two anticipations and appropriations to authorize the mayor or the chief financial officer as his designee to execute any necessary agreements and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32790 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
And thank you, President. ELMS 32827, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, also signed with Councilmember Keisha Waits, requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Level Ridge Road, southeast between Springside Drive, southeast and Humphreys Drive, southeast, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32827 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID number 32828, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis and Councilmember Keisha Sean Waits, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on River Ridge Drive, southwest between Springside Drive, southeast, and Humphreys Drive, southeast, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32828 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 32829, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, co-signed by Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits, requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Ward Drive, southwest from Oak Drive, southwest to Empire Boulevard, southwest, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32829 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And to make those papers better, Elms ID number 32833, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, co-signed by Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, and Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, and Councilmember Jason Winston, to provide funding in the amount of $125,000.00 from the Council District 12 Horizontal Discretionary Fund account to the Atlanta Department of Transportation to fund safe routes to school in Council District 12 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32833 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 32836, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to transfer appropriations or to otherwise move funds necessary for the City of Atlanta to make cash payments to the City of Atlanta officers and employees in the amount of 1/4 of their accumulated vacation extra carryover, and FFCRA compensatory time beyond 30 days existing by the end of the last pay period in June 2023, to waive provisions in Section 114415 necessary to effectuate this ordinance and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32836 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 32831, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits, and Councilmember Matt Westmoreland to authorize the donation of $450,000.00 from the District 12 Vertical Discretionary Bond Fund account to support infrastructure improvements for 7 nonprofit organizations serving District 12. That is Hosea Helps, Caring for Others, Solomon Temple, Beloved Community Church, Atlanta Metropolitan State College, and Atlanta Technical College, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32831 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 32832, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Councilmember Andrea Bone, Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, to enforce the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance Part 2, Ordinance Chapter 106, Offenses and Provisions, Article V, Offenses by and against minors, Section 106227, Curfew, authorized by including a subsection to include penalties, consequences, section, and for other purposes. And this is to enforce and promote the current curfew that's on the books currently. Thank you.
Elms ID 32832 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, President.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have Elms ID number 32812, an ordinance by Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2021 CARES Act fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $30,000.00 awarded to the city pursuant the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Invest Atlanta to support the IGA with Invest Atlanta to support the One Safe City initiative. The total of which shall be utilized by Invest Atlanta to inform businesses, visitors, and residents of the city's Safe City Initiative, and to add to conduct targeted outreach to businesses and community groups to raise awareness of public safety activities and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32812 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms ID 32740, a resolution by Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor to enter into the appropriate contractual renewal number 2 with Keith Commissary Network for FC 7098 for inmate commissary and trust fund services in the amount not to exceed $540,000.00 for 1 year for the purpose of providing labor, supplies, and materials necessary for the management of trust fund and the management of distribution of commissary goods for detainees at the Atlanta Detention Center. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32740 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Have an ordinance signed by Michael Julian Bond, Keisha Sean Waits, Matt Westmoreland, Antonio Lewis, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Andrea Boone, Dustin Hillis, Howard Shook, Alex Swan, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Dozier, Byron Amos, Amir Faroki, and Jason Winston, an ordinance authorizing the chief financial officer to create a special revenue fund number for recording opioid settlements received as the result of the national distribution settlement with Johnson & Johnson, Janssen Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, and Arthur McNeil Janssen Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, and settling distributors Mickelson Corporation, the American Serbigium Corporation, the Cardinal Health Incorporated, local government opioid settlement payments, payment fund number 2130, local government share of opioid settlement payments, account number 3519201, local governments opioid settlement payments, under parents, account number 3519000, other fines and forfeitures and other appropriate account numbers as needed to set up a standalone bank account for Fund 2131 to amend the FY 2023 budget and subsequent annual budgets to the account for the actual amounts received and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32841 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 32729, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Keisha Waits, Matt Westmoreland, Antonio Lewis, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Andrea L. Boone, Dustin Hillis, Mary Norwood, Alex Swan, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Dozier, Byron Amos, Amir Faroki, and Jason Winston to establish a program for assistance with tree removal and pruning for eligible senior citizen homeowners in the city of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32729 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Helms ID number 32795, an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland to waive Chapter 2, Article 10 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement with the Fuse Corps for a term of 1 year effective October 23rd, 2023, and ending October 24th, 2024, at an amount not to exceed $80,000.00 for the placement of an executive fellow who will assist the mayor's chief policy advisor, Division of Strategic Partnerships and Strategic Initiatives for a 12-month fellowship, all contracted services to be charged and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32795, we refer to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. That concludes all personal papers, I believe. We'll now move to general remarks. Any general remarks from the body? Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier, I was not present for the moment of silence, and I wanted to mention two individuals here in the city who had passed away that had an important impact on myself and the city at large. First was the reporter and writer, Mr. Maynard Eaton. He passed away last week. He'll be memorialized this Saturday morning. He started off his career here in Atlanta on 11 Alive, all the way back in the late 70s and early 80s, and became a prominent journalist with the Atlanta Voice and several other publications, and had his own web-based programming. He was a tremendous, hard-nosed journalist who was hard but fair, and he will sorely be missed. The second is an individual who is related to Ms. Norwood's Chief of Staff, Jim, Dr. Robert Bob Zimmerman, who passed away last Wednesday. I met Dr. Zimmerman. He practiced here for over 40 years in Atlanta. I met him when I was a student at Georgia State University when I was 20 years old, 37 years ago. He started out as my counselor and became my mentor and one of my best friends. And he helped so many people through his practice in psychology once he left Georgia State, not just here in Atlanta, but across the country. Many of you, if you've seen the movie Rudy, he is the teacher at the beginning of the movie conducting the class. He grew up with the director, and he aspired to be a screenwriter. He was a playwright and writer, and he was very involved in many Hollywood movies like Hoosiers and others in his side time. But he was a tremendous man, a very inspirational person, a wise leader, and a servant in his profession of psychology. So if I could burden everyone once more for a moment of silence, I would appreciate it for those two individuals.
We can take a brief moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'll be very quick due to the time of day. We have anniversaries. Monique Washington, 17 years. David Johnson, 9 years. Phyllis Jackson, 6 years. Jared Evans, 4 years. Christian Pace, 1 year. Congratulations on your work anniversaries.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I want to send a huge shout out to South Atlanta High School. We had our 18th year anniversary for my high school graduating class, but we had our first mega reunion for the city council. So today I have on my purple and teal for my South Atlanta Hornets out there. Let's go Hornets.
Thank you. Any other items for general remarks? Hearing none, we'll move to Finance Exec Committee report. Chair Wan.
Thank you, colleagues. We're on page 45 of the agenda. Mr. President, I'd like to take item 1 and 5 together, please.
Without objection, please proceed.
All right, item 23-01237, an ordinance by council members Jason H. Winston and Liliana Bakhtiari, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed blank to the Maynard Jackson High School Arts Boosters and for other purposes. And 23-01265, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, waiving Article 10, Division 4 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a promotional agreement with the Metropolitan Atlanta Chamber of Commerce, Inc. for the provision of promotional and marketing activities for a term of 1 year in an amount not to exceed $250,000.00. All contracted services shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein for other purposes. Motion on both items from committee is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 23-0-1237 and 23-0-1265. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file these two items.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
All right.
15 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to file carries.
All right, next item is 23-01258, an ordinance by council members Hillis, Westmoreland, Winston, Dozier, Bakhtiari, Juan, Amos, Collier Overstreet, Faroki, Bond, Waits, and Lewis as substituted by Finance Executive Committee to amend the Charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996 Georgia Laws, page 4469 at SEEK, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA Section 3635-1 at SEEK is amended by amending Part 1, Charter and Related Laws, Subpart A, Charter, Article 6, Revenue and Fund, Section 6101, General Power of Taxation, and to amend Part 2, Code of Ordinances, General Ordinances, Chapter 146, Taxation, Article 2, Ad valorem Taxes, Division 1, generally, Section 14626, Levy of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, to increase the amount of the park assessment from 1/2 mil to 1 mil in order to provide for additional revenue to be utilized exclusively to support city parks, and revise the restrictions on how such funds may be utilized to provide for increased flexibility and for other purposes. Colleagues, this is a charter amendment. This would be the second read for first adoption, and if this passes here, we would refer this back to FEC for a third read. So the motion is to adopt from committee.
Motion coming out of committee is to adopt 23-0-1258. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 23-0-1258.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
It gets referred back automatically as a third read. Okay, yeah. All right, next item is 23-0-1262, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to waive Chapter 2, Article 9, Division 1, Section 2, 910, grant application to ratify the City of Atlanta's submission of an application. Actually, you know what, colleagues, there is a substitute for this that changes the caption. So let me read the caption in and make that motion. It authorizing the mayor or his designee to retroactively apply for and accept emergency food and shelter program grant funding from the Department of Homeland Security in an amount not to exceed $6,891,673.34, to enter into any necessary grant agreements, to amend the fiscal year 2023 intergovernmental grant fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations up to $6,891,673.34, and for other purposes. I'll move to bring the substitute forward.
There's a motion to bring forward the substitute by Councilmember Juan on 23-0-1262, seconded by Councilmember Juan made the motion. Councilmember Bond is seconding. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
All right, if there's no further discussion, the motion from the committee is to adopt on substitute.
There's a motion to adopt on substitute by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
All right, 23-R-3665, a resolution by Finance Executive Committee committing the City of Atlanta to help fulfill a $100 million transformation of the South River Forest, adopting the recommendations of the Explore South River Forest report commissioned by the Atlanta Regional Commission, and requesting the executive offices of the mayor prepare and deliver an implementation plan by December 1, 2023, and for other purposes. Motion from the committee is to adopt on substitute.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-R-3665. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
One moment, please, sir. The vote is open. Now you can you stop it? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, and then 23O-1257, an ordinance by council members Hillis, Amos, Collier Overstreet, Shook, Westmoreland, Norwood, as substituted by Finance Executive Committee, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2023 general fund budget to transfer and allocate an amount not to exceed $30 million and 0 cents in funds from the uncommitted general fund balance to support the continued construction of and improvements to the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. 2, authorizing the mayor or his designee and/or the chief financial officer to use public safety impact fees in an amount not to exceed $1 million and 0 cents for the purpose of funding the installation of a gymnasium facility to be located on the site of the project. And 3, waiving Section 2-1546 of Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into a leaseback agreement or other applicable agreement with the Atlanta Police Foundation and for other purposes. This came out of committee, favorable on substitute. However, we do first have an amendment to this. Colleagues, you have a copy of this that adds 2 whereas clauses. One that discusses the site environmental piece, and then the second has to do with the training that needs to be on that. I'll make the motion to amend. Oh, did you want to speak? Did you want to make the motion to? I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Councilmember Farokhi.
Yeah, so Councilor Juan, you're talking about the amendments that we've been talking about. Okay, yeah. So if my colleague, I know it's late or early, just indulge me for 60 seconds. I do want to acknowledge this has been a fairly extraordinary 14, 15 hours that we've been together, and I want to acknowledge the passion and vulnerability and pain and courage and creativity of everyone in the room and people who have been here and left home. Look, I mean, I agree with some of what was said. I don't agree with some of what was said. This is part of a healthy civil society, and so I want to say thank you for being here. These amendments is articulate, and I also say part of a healthy civil society, and I think most of my colleagues agree with this. I don't speak for them, but we were equally disturbed by the arrest of the Atlanta Solidarity Fund members. It is chilling, and it calls into question the health of our democracy and civil society, and so I hope we don't see any more of that. These amendments, and I'll read them in, as Councilmember Juan indicated, are a little bit about contextualization of the site and then use of the site. The first amendment is the second whereas clause, a sentence at the end, a phrase at the end, after campus to add in accordance with all city ordinances around opening and closing hours for public land. After the second whereas clause, proposing to add 2 whereas clauses, whereas site clearance and restoration have the date removed more than 100,000 tires, preserved all hardwood trees on site, and will also include 30 acres of green space preservation within the 85 acres slated for development. And whereas the Community Stakeholder Advisory Committee composed of residents representing each of the adjacent neighborhood associations provided robust feedback that significantly altered the final design of the plan, that incorporated feedback that includes but is not limited to relocation of the firing range to the southern portion of the site, noise analysis and sound mitigation around the firing range, ensuring new firing range meets all EPA standards for quality, revision of the EVOC course grading to allow natural terrain to buffer sound, removal of explosives from the site, addition of pavilion and parade field for community use, meeting space for community groups, partnership for neighboring schools and youth organizations, 100-foot minimum tree buffer along residential facing areas, removal of invasive plants in an effort to preserve native species, addition of security cameras and license plate readers around the site and neighborhoods, addition of streetlights around the facility, move the main entrance to Constitution Road, sidewalks around the facility to provide residential access, and addition of public parking at the site. Before the current 8th whereas clause, we have a proposed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 whereas clauses. Not all of them are as lengthy. The first is the most lengthy. Whereas upon completion of the phase of the project, the training provided to the Atlanta Police Department shall include or continue to include, but is not limited to, 1, full integration of pre-arrest diversion response to nonviolent misdemeanor incidents, 2, racial, gender, and sexual orientation anti-bias training, 3, de-escalation training, especially with respect to traffic stops, 4, accurate reporting of use of force incidents, 5, best practices in responding to individuals who may be experiencing severe mental illness and resolving such incidents without fatal outcomes, 6, addressing gangs and gun violence, including mass shootings, 7, protecting free speech and the right to publicly and peacefully dissent, 8, building genuine relationships at the community level, 9, reducing street racing and auto crimes, 10, going beyond minimum legal standards governing use of force by incorporating
Please let the business, we know the will of the audience, so please let the business proceed. Councilmember Farokhi.
Going beyond minimum legal standards governing use of force by incorporating recommendations made in the Atlanta Police Department April 2022 Agency Review and Assessment, including Police Executive Forum's 30 guiding principles on use of force, and 11, ensuring officers are aware of and encouraged to avail themselves to officer wellness programs and support. Whereas use of this site by any non-City of Atlanta entity will be prohibited unless authorized by a memorandum of understanding approved by the Atlanta City Council, and whereas the city recommits the following completion of the project, whereas the city recommits that following the completion of the project, no explosives or helicopter activities will be permitted on site. Whereas development on site will always be limited to the 85 acres assigned for the development and will never encroach on the 265 acres dedicated to preserved and publicly accessible green space. Whereas the city will work to acquire and protect at least 85 additional forested acres within the South River Forest area for public access. And finally, whereas the South River Forest concept unites existing green spaces in southwest DeKalb County and southeast Atlanta and the neighborhoods nestled around them into a distinct, definable area that protects the over 60,000 native trees which make up the forest canopy, restores the quality of South River and its tributaries, supports the economic mobility of community members, and provide additional recreation and transportation options for forest communities. When implemented, the result will be roughly 3,500-acre territory where nature is woven into the built environment, creating spaces that are unprecedented within Atlanta's perimeter highway. Those are the whereas clauses proposed to be added to the paper. I move to adopt them.
Motion to amend, I believe. Motion to amend.
Yes, please. Yep.
There's a motion to amend by Councilmember Farokhi. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend 23-0-1257? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Twelve yeas, 2 nays.
12 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to amend carries.
All right.
Councilmember Juan.
Thank you. With that, with the amended paper before us, I'm actually going to now offer a substitute motion to refer it back to Finance Executive Committee.
There's a motion to refer to Finance Exec by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item back to the Finance Exec Committee? Councilmember Dozier. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to echo what was stated today by my colleagues. I really and thoroughly appreciate the passion of the folks in the room today.
I mean it, stop.
As many of y'all know, I have been in the trenches with many of you on this issue from the beginning with my work within Frenchman Creek Community Stewardship Council, speaking here at City Hall to demand an end to the agreement to lease this facility. I continue to stand with communities that have demanded a different path, and I still plan to vote no on this final.
Councilmember Dozier.
I share.
Let Councilmember Dozier speak, please.
I share that to say, while I recognize that many of my colleagues are still searching for information, searching for answers, wanting to learn more from the administration, I feel like we've had a significant amount of debate these last 2 to 3 years to get to this point. And I implore my colleagues to join me in voting no, because you've heard from the people. That you've heard from our communities, you've heard from environmental activists, from scientists, from doctors. But I believe we're ready to take this vote today, and I want to vote no today. So I appreciate where my colleagues are at and wanting to have more time to debate, but I think we've been through a lot together. Let's vote no today together and move this into a better direction than we're currently going. But I want to state that, and while I appreciate the push to move this back to committee, I think we're ready to vote on this today.
Thank you. And just to remind my colleagues, the motion on the table is only to refer, not the final vote on an adoption. Any other discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer 23-0-1257 to Finance Exec.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 4 yeas, 11 nays.
4 yeas, 11 nays. The motion to refer fails.
All right, so Mr.
Councilmember
President,
Juan.
the motion on the table is to adopt as amended. Adopt on substitute as amended.
There is a motion coming out, well, there's a motion by Councilmember Juan. Well, you've amended it. There's a motion by Councilmember Juan to adopt 23-0-1257 as amended. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 23-0-1257 as amended? Councilmember Bakhtiari.
There's not much to say that hasn't already been said today. I echo what Councilmember Dozier said. You all have all expressed it. I'm not going to drag this any further. My district is adamantly against this. We can do much better. We should vote this down today and listen to the people who have been working on this for a number of years to turn this back around, because they know we can also do better as a council.
Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. One thing I did want to add, as I once again implore my colleagues to join myself and Councilmember Bakhtiari in a no vote, is that I do want to share with, I know we've heard from many first responders, many firefighters, many police officers today, and in previous conversations about what the future of this site means. And I just want everyone to know that just because we don't support this decision doesn't mean we don't support our first responders. And I just want to make that clear. We want to make sure that we invest in facilities that are world-class for our first responders. I hate seeing our firefighters training in facilities that have black mold and mildew and can't drink out of the water fountains. We got to do better as a city. This moves us, voting no today moves us in a better direction that allows our first responders to have the best world-class training that they could ever have.
Councilmember Lewis.
Just thinking about the funding, the money part of this makes this an easy no vote for me. But I want to recognize that the training facility has always been in District 12 in the blackest part of my district. They put it next to the projects my grandmama grew up in. They put it in her old school. That school's horrible. They're still training there. As a matter of fact, they only cut that part of the grass in that park. And so we have to find something better. I'm not abolished at all. We got to find a way to do better, but the funding, the money that they spent on this, I know we can help some young folks who need some help in the city of Atlanta.
Councilmember Bakhtiari. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
I know, were you going to do the vote? Get to the vote. This is the last thing I want to say. No matter what happens today, I hope that everyone joins us in voting no. But whatever happens today, I'm not walking away. You have me committed 1,000%. And in addition to that, people said it very well today. These same resources are put into eradicating poverty, then we prevent crime from happening in the first place. So.
Is there additional discussion on the motion to adopt as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 23-0-1257 as amended. The votes are Thank you. The vote is. Thank you. The vote is 11 yeas. The vote is 11 yeas, 4 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries. Madam Clerk, please call the adjourning roll.
Council President Shipman. Council members Michael Bond, Matt Westmoreland, Keisha Shawn Waits. Council members Winston, Farokhi, Amos, Dozier, Bakhtiari, Alex Warren, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis.
Thank you. Without objection, we stand adjourned.